Yeah, I don't mind. It usually keeps me between class 5 and 6, so that doesn't bother me. Cool. Mm.
자동이 저녁 자리에 모이면 아니면 맛있는 걸 많이 먹나? 스케일이 다른가? 뭐지?
Did we just did we just favorite star Inari on one single temple? Don't tell me we. Please tell me actually. Please tell me we. Please tell me we just single temple Inari. Please. We at least know they're 3 star. Are we gonna single temple another character? Another banner character? Let's see. Is the streamer look real? I believe it is. I've been said it. I'm not changing my mind either. Dang it. It's Palmer. But that's okay. Hey, I like Palmer though. We actually need that with Palmer. That'll be useful. She's gonna be very useful in the future too. But hey, I'll take it. Palmer. Palmer. Okay. Let's see. How many more do we need then? Unlock. None. Who? Uh, well, I've been trying to star unlock her anyway, so works out. But, of course, that would have been cool to get Anari, but I ain't even mad. Anari's she's different. I like her. I like characters that have different run styles. Like their proficiencies look screwed up, but they're strong as fuck. Like that's the character types I like. Like like this TM opera. You know, I mean, of course, everybody knows she's strong. You know, now, but like before she came out, everybody was confused about her ability. Everybody's confused about why her stats were the way they were. Why her why she's like why she built like this, uh, you know, people were confused. And then they started playing with it, and it's like, oh wait a second, she's actually really good. Bowser. I have not pulled a lot of these, and she's 2 star. Hmm. Well, I mean, so is Daiwa, so there's that. All right, I want to do a front runner run. I want to see what I can do with Palmer now. She's 4 star. Yeah, I know she's got an F mile. Yes, I'm highly aware. But at the same time, uh, I just gotta let's see. Mile and I mean, to have her would not be bad. Her ult still confused me somewhat. in full position at the start of the final straight. Fluff, fluff, fluff. If positioned near the front, greatly increased velocity instead. See that what like both of her abilities increase velocity. I guess one this one increases the velocity from the back, and this one increases velocity from the front. So why is she an enclosure? Like that's why it confuses me. It's like eternal encompassing shine clearly says if you're positioned near the front, greatly increase velocity. Like why is she oh for being a pace chaser? I did not see that. Okay, now that makes sense as a pace chaser. But still, like, why is her style G for front? Like it shouldn't be G for front with it set up like that. Of course, whoever built her, I know is built her as an enclosure. Of course, I would just want Uma stand from her corner of depth. I mean, these are good. These are good. She usually don't give corners. Ah, shit. Well,
in a large percentage of the cases that they do to us on our back. Did that happen to Emily or any scenario? No, not that. That was a separate. The kids of Ariel, the event is really a unique event, and I consider it to be possibly one of the most important events because they landed and communicated with so many children, and all those women. I can say this now. Some of those kids have committed suicide after that. I can believe that. Okay. And all those people lived with that for many, many years. And I talk to them now. That's all in that story. If it didn't happen, a lot of people say they just imagined it, mass hallucination or whatever. They're all of their 30s and 40s. They would keep doing that. You're telling me all these people are all in on it still today. Would you be in on it? Like, would you help people live and check with your friends when you're dying? That's ridiculous. So there's something that happened. These creatures, whoever they were creatures. They were real. I asked them, a lot of people said, do you think they were AI robots or something? You know, people are talking about. So I keep referring to them as the kids, but they're not kids anymore. So I'll say kids just because they were kids when it happened. But I asked them, do you think they were robots? Not at all. They were real, living. You know, but don't you think it's possible? And all of them all, no, they were alive. As a communication, the way they felt, the way they moved, they said they were 100% living creatures. Now, are they just really, really good robots? I can't say. I don't know. I don't know. I can't confirm that. But something happened, and something was communicated to these kids, and they all saw it. Do you think it was intentional that landing, or is this still a story? So it was air, or I don't know, and I heard. Of course, I heard that. Yeah, and some people say the craft was not flat on the ground, right? Like that. Look, it's very possible that it was not intentional. Very, very possible. But you know, okay, yeah, possible. I'll say that because even believe it or not, even they kids go, yeah, I don't know. They'll say, but we were this way, and it's like, and that happened. You know, so there's one of them, thing that really struck me. Very, very Catholic, Christian. She says, I don't believe in aliens. I don't believe in my saucers, but I can't explain what I saw that day. That's there's some of the things I would call it there kind of heartbreaking. Before you put break or let's just finish off with everything you can send off. Wow, she was an incredibly wonderful person, very sensitive, went through a lot when she was a kid, but she underwent very like with her brother, very good. Her brother was there recently, had a really nice time, get to know him more. She was, she would always say to me, I'll say what she said to me at the very end, but I'll say something she said to me later before she passed. She says, we're all lying to each other. She says, the world is lying to each other. She would say that to me all the time. Everything is a lie. It's not that we're doing this purposely, but we're constantly lying to each other because the whole goal for all of us is to become something in this society, so we're lying to each other, and we're all on the wrong path. She kept repeating that. We're always lying to each other. That's from a big important thing. She would say it with such like with tears in her eyes. She says, I don't know how to explain it, but we're not being honest with one another. And it's like humans are not saying the truth to each other. We're always, there's always a guard. We're always keeping certain things. There's uh, trap of ourselves. She had a butterfly. So this is the point. When this happened, after it happened, she had multiple other encounters. She was the only one. And those were things that really affected her. For some reason, there was a communication with these people that communicated something to her about butterflies. She called it the butterfly story. And she called it, where did all the butterflies go? And she says it was something they told her. And she wrote it down. She goes, I wrote it as I was receiving it. And she said it in 2015. We were in Arizona, and she said it on stage. I have a video of it, and it was the most touching thing. Everybody in the crowd, the whole crowd was from. It was. She called it "Where did all the butterflies go?" She said the butterflies represented them, and that they said that she was representing us in the conversation with the butterfly. And she said, why are you leaving? Why are you all going away? And they said, we're going away because you're doing things that don't allow us to be there with you. You're not taking care of your environment, you're not taking care of your world, essentially. But don't go away. She kept saying, don't go away. But they said, you can come back, but it's up to you to make that happen. So she would say this, she said this in a beautiful monologue that she did on stage. Very nice. And she said, it felt like they're trying to communicate to us to be better, but not technologically better, just better as people. And when I last saw the very last line, sitting in front of me, she didn't look like her anymore. She had changed. Her eyes were alive. And she said, it came down from the sky and landed in front of us and it talked to us. She could tell the world and nobody cared. She said, on earth, have a feeling that's an important thing. She no one cared. And, I felt, I could see it from her, but I don't say, she that question, why did this happen? You know, because she was such a good person. She was important. Yeah, perfect. And I consider that, I consider that to be one of the most important events. But we should live it. We should just live it. I mean, forget judgment. Everybody look this judgmental. We shouldn't look at it like that. It's wrong. It happens. Why? It happens. Somebody can say they wasn't operating properly, planted, communicated. What's that? The message still a message. The message is working as well. And let's not also forget the message that they had given us to convey to us. That's another. Okay? Because now the message is conveyed with these occasions. And it showed us what happened. Exactly. And then it also shows how judgmental we are. If things went up about it. We'll come back in a minute. You get a chance to use the tissue, but we'll talk about as work happened. Right? So it all started with a model. Yes, it did. It all started with a potential electric quality diagram model. You just want to make a product. I just wanted to make a product because I'm a merchandiser. Right. I thought, let me make a really good flying sausage for everybody to have. And I got Bob with it. And he basically asked me if I finally got the hot bomb. And I said, how did you get to me, Bob? That's not easy things, and put a stamp of approval, and that would make it so much more interesting. And I reached out to United Nuclear, and the company. I said, I didn't send an email at all. I just cold called them. And Dan answered the phone, and they said, I'm so a guy from Montreal. He said, here's my website. Here's some of the stuff I've done. I'm a merchandiser. I promise I'm not a crackpot. I know what I'm doing. I want to make a cool quality flying saucer. The only guy I know who's been in one who can give me some details about it. Somebody who's been in one and tried. Yeah, so I said, I don't expect to go any further in this, but I gave it a shot. He says, look, I don't know if Bob's gonna talk to you. I'll ask him. And so I got called back 2 days later, and that goes, yeah, they'll talk to me. Wow, how did that feel? I was like, okay. I mean, for me, it was just like, I remember I was at the office, I saw United on my phone, and it was, I should call it, that they got you, they transferred me, and I'm like, there's no way that there's no way it's gonna come out with me. I'm like, probably Montreal or far away. Anyway, he said, yeah, talk to me. He saw some of the stuff, he's like, you'll love it. I said, okay. So I said, what do you want to do that? Tomorrow, give me a time. For me, it was 6 p.m. For him, it was 3 p.m. 3 hours different. And that was on the board. For me, it was real. And I'm like, awesome. Well, thank you for staying on the call. Let me talk to you. And it was very nice. And so immediately he says, dude, what exactly you want to explain? I want to do a Zycat farm. I've made a lot of stuff in my life, so I know what I'm doing. And immediately he said, okay, well, if you could do it, how would you? And I said, what do you mean by that? He said, he told me this at a later time. He said, you have no idea how many people have reached out to me with all these projects. And when I would ask them, how would you do it? I could tell they never got that rash, right? So it's just gonna bullshit at things like right. So he said, how would you, and I said, well, how do you want me to explain it? Well, what kind of material? I gave him a run. I mean, I spent those 15 years back in China. I learned how to do stuff. So I gave him a real technical answer. And he was like, oh. And I said, and as far as the waveguides are concerned, inside the crown, there's something about the waveguide. I said, I would make that different materials for the model. One of them would be metal, the other one would be a silicone, because we can mimic the movement. And then he goes, okay, stop. He goes, you know what you're doing. Something. Wow. And I thought, the plane ticket, I'll never forget. He emailed me that night, and he said, these are the dates that'd be available. But I'm working on other stuff. Great. I bought a plane ticket, sent it to him, said, perfect. I flew out to Oregon. And I think there was a Denver road that I stopped before getting to Oregon. He wrote me and said, can I come? He goes, I'm great to my house. That's where I have been with my wife. I said, oh, wow, great. So the first time I met Balthazar, at his house, and we had dinner. And when Zach brought me there, did you know that you were dining with a unicorn? I was like, I cannot believe this happened. And I'll tell you a funny story. I gave him a gift. I brought him a gift. So that is in the late 80s when I was going to Italy all the time. In my father's visit, there was a lot of, if you dug into the ground, you can actually find old World War II shells, like artillery shells that were still unfit. They used one underground. You can find I've collected many of them over the years, and I keep them in a nice display in my house. But those are great. Those are really anti-aircraft American shell that were used against the Germans. So I took a shell and said, let's bring in one. This is something from my family, from where I'm from. And I get to the airport, and in the security, I saw it. Okay, yeah, that went. And it's a extra shell. And I read about it, and you're allowed to do it, but you're not. You're allowed to do it on paper, but apparently you're not allowed to do it on paper. So they said, no, you can't go. We're going to have to throw it out. I said, no. You're not throwing that out. So they said, well, you're going to have to go and give it to somebody and come back through security. So I went back on. I bought a cheap backpack from the stand. I put it in there. I took some stuff out of my carry-on, put it in the backpack, and I went and checked the backpack. I said, I have another check back. Checked it, it passed. Nice. Like, anyway, we started talking, and he said, "Do you really want to do this? Do you really think people are going to want to buy flying saucer?" I said, "No, absolutely." I said, "Well, you didn't even hesitate." I said, "No, I'm not hesitating. Thank you. Nobody's ever done that." Are we going to sell this like direct to consumer? I think we're going to go direct to consumer. I think it's still going to happen, by the way. It hasn't happened yet. We're not talking about things like plastic bottles. We're talking about things that really high quality stuff. If you think about it, there's a lot of digest collectors out there, or a lot of people like bottles. There is not one good quality commercial grade, not artistic, artist can do one of one. I'm talking commercial industrial thing, flying saucers. It doesn't exist. Oh, it's so sexy here, right? So I want a real flying saucer that somebody's going to want to put in their house. That's a cool piece, right? So that's what I want to do. And so that was the whole beginning of the book. And so it's going to happen. It's not like the way it worked out, it didn't happen that way. But that was the beginning of the whole way I came from the art. He's been absolutely incredible. In the initial stage, I sat with him, spent 2 days with him. We went over everything. And he was extremely generous with his time. He corrected up with so many corrections. I would say, this is what's on this one thing. That's not it. Like this, I had brought with me, there was a model made in 1994 by the Testers Corporation. It's a plastic model made in the USA. It's available on eBay right now for about $200-300. It's a really cheap model, but it's slightly accurate. Okay, it's pretty accurate. There's a lot of things that are not, but it's accurate. So I brought it with me. And I go, no, remember this from John Andrews?
Help me.
But immediately saw such things in law, so that's that one I could shake the thought. That's the whole point. Let's make it right. Let's get it right. Let's get it. And so that turned out to be the biggest project I've ever done in my life. So what we did was iterating the file with 3. We went, yeah. So I came back to Montreal. I had a lot of information that I think down. I went back to Montreal, sat down with my team, and said, all right, let's review. And we made a 200-page book out of this. Of all the info we were going to build it, but I needed to have everything. I said it has to be perfect. So what's in the book? Oh, I can show it. Show it. Usually that should be another project. Yeah, I can show. I told the world that I don't love to have that. Sketches, a million things, and it addresses the part components, so how they look inside, how we would have to build it. By the way, because he had been inside, I had my reasoning at the very beginning was I have a 13 to 14-inch diameter craft, and you want to see the inside, so you got to take it apart, right? Well, that was part of how do I have consumers take it apart? How is it, how is it going to come together easily and not, so there was a lot that went into that to create something that was beautiful as a product, and what kind of materials and so on. And that was happening in a 3D software. So I started building the parts, obviously, and in the software, we started building it in real size. We weren't building it in 13-inch or 14-inch diameter, 52 and 52.9 feet in diameter. Sure, it's real size. And that was the beginning of a complete shift in my life where the we would constantly, as all of us in my team, we had questions for Bob. So we had to book this when we would write, questions for Bob, go write it. And like, yeah, blah, 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 we need to know this. So I had 178 questions for Bob. So I'm like, I'm going to do this. I called him and I said, Bob, why don't I just come out there, knock this out of the park for a day, worst case 2 days, get that answer everything. And person, probably better person, because you can have something in your chart. Yeah. What are the questions like? Well, I can send it to you. I don't need for people listening. They call. Okay. So inside the craft, there's an archway superstructure. It's there's inside of the archway, right? Well, the thing that's in the archway. Oh, that's yeah. But how thick do you think the archway is? And I remember the reason why I bring it up is this. That archway superstructure. Well, how thick do you think that is? I remember it was what's really important is that it's hollow. Did not mention that. No. It's hollow. And I found that to be extremely important. Yeah, because I thought, I wrote that down. I go, it's hollow. So though yeah, it's hollow, I touched it on the exit because when he was when he crawled into the ground, the archery is all around. So you have right next to you, or let's say the surface. Okay. So I mean, like I would have done, right? Of course we're gonna do that. Of course, she's sitting inside of one saucer. I might lick the thing, right? Because I want to understand what am I touching? So basically, that they were all I found that to be very interesting. Another one was where was the flag? Was it on the reverse flag? Was it on the right or on the left? Because we determined there was a sticker on the ground. There was a flag, the American flag on the ground of the flag. And I remember him saying right or left, and that one, right? Right or left, or which one is it, right? So, okay. So there's a whole bunch of questions like that. And you'd be surprised. I mean, you can go through all the details and still have, a million questions, which, by the way, those were only the first 178 questions. There's a lot more than all of them. And those are the yes, you're going to be in. Yeah. That's a lovely. That's actually what Bob said. But literally, I was putting everything away. And he goes, I have never met anybody so detailed like you are. And I look at him and said, well, I hope that's a compliment because I'm trying to he goes, no. He goes, it's very good. He goes, I'm just impressed with how detailed you are. And I said, if this is true, right? I think this is true. How about build an easy object? I gotta make sure I do that. Otherwise, what am I doing? So that is right. And so that was that's the way I think. And so that was into, really perfecting it, molding pieces to it, or what we thought was a piece, the amplifier. Even flat out an amplifier, we spent with a plasma cutter. I couldn't remember the detail that I asked him, and he said, look, jagged. It looked like a they didn't do that. They didn't do a clean job, which also I find amazing. Yeah. Who the hell does that? But that's how it was. And the interior of the emitters, in fact, the emitters were something that I was very upset with myself for not having understood. He kept explaining them to me, and I completely messed up the way I wrote down all my notes. Like built something completely wrong. And when he saw them, he said, "Oh," I said, "The emitters are really wrong." And he goes, "Yeah, what the hell?" So we have to rebuild the emitters. That was not what I done like that. What did you build instead? They're hollow on the inside. Yes. I didn't think they were hollow. I thought they were full. Okay. I thought they were like a together. And I remember thinking, why would it? And it makes perfect sense. But because when we have anything that's cylindrical, but imagine a film is suspended by a pipe on the ceiling of the bottom wall, and the cylinder can swivel at a 90 degree. Yeah. The top of the graph and the top of the ceiling, and this is here, is like a pipe holding it, and so it swivels. The pipe was not long enough for it to swivel at 90 degrees, but it is the top. It needs to extend down. And that is designed for that. He has an important him, but he never said it did that. He said that's what I saw. Right? You had to work it out to make that, and that made sense for us. So we went, oh my God, look at that. It makes sense if you need that extra to do that. And he pre-planned, some people have used the pre-planned that. Is that like something? Is that an Easter egg in there for us to figure out? I know it never felt like that. If any time that spoke of it, this was really something that caught my attention too. But like, yeah, that's not him making that up. He saw that, and that's how I built it. Everybody was supposed to start work because you're doing structural engineering. Exactly. Exactly. And which that's how it is. Yeah, because it was wow. It makes perfect sense for us. So I was like, okay, well, that's another something. Anyway, and so that's the point where the craft was built, and now the entrance to the craft, the hatch, you see it in the middle. Yeah. You see a little bit in the bottom. Yes, it's like an overrun. That is why we didn't understand it, but we weren't getting it perfectly for a while in the geometry. And it took a few tries until he said that. So this is a three-level craft. There's a bottom level, and that's the main level. Yeah, there's other things, the chairs. And then there's an upper level that you never saw. That you never saw him in. Well, he speculates, and it's in the film that he says that's the part where you see black what like he said they look like purple, right? But they're not necessarily. Yeah, he said they were Nanta Black. He called them Nanta Black. I don't know if you're familiar with Nanta Black. Nanta Black is the blackest of all. Oh yes, I heard that. Okay, it's so long it's actually here. Exactly. He said they looked like Nanta Black. They didn't look like they were surface. They looked like they were individual. Okay, so we have to make that. It's in Blender you can because you just remove all specularity. Yes, well, you can do that, and it looks fake. If you do that in Blender, it looks fake, which is one of the things that I'm kind of not happy with Minecraft in Blender. Is yeah, it's not reflecting anything, but I'm not appreciating it as much as I'm crazy when it comes to detail. Like I don't think the real thing looks like that, but that's as far as. And he said, he thinks it's perfect, and I'm like, but it's so. And in regards to that, he said they believe that it has something to do with navigation or some type of sensor that lets the craft or whoever in the craft know where it is. So it's basically reading, and there's six of them, and it's reading where it's at. That's what he thought it was. They talked about it with various left wonder, but he says, I don't know. I never accessed it. I don't know what was up there. He's very, very cautious to not speculate too much. That's what I love about Bob. It's really that's great to say. I don't want it. We're not going to and it's a lot. There's so many questions we have. And I don't know. Even I don't think I'm doing this with Jerry sometimes. I'm saying it doesn't look like we had a lot of we spoke about the metal a lot, and it had a lot of properties that clearly giving us the impression that it's metal. He said, man, he said instead of ceramic, he goes, I don't know, but it sells to that. Now, the part where the our choice for structure is hollow, often feel hollow from ceramic. So that to me is more, you know, credibility. Believe that it's metal or metal type from the fluid, but it's also intelligent. You know, it's that because we we're going to be in on film. We have to read quite a bit to make it digestible for the audience. There's a lot of information that's never made it into the film. And we are going to be releasing probably an hour 20 or an hour 30 minute documentary, mini doc part, only on the craft. That's going to be the one part. There are a lot of us who want to know about layers, wave guides. We have a lot of data that we can film on the sport model. And one of my things I want to do is take that doc, call it a video. We will. It's just about the craft. And it allows us also to really show it however we want and not from the perspective of the story about the dog. Because I'm talking about the material craft. I know being at liberty to show it however I want outside the outdoors. So that gives me the opportunity to really explain what it is I've worked on for so long. But in the center of those forms, first of all, the reaction system of the floor of the craft. There's this weight by pipe that is 3 inches diameter. It's not very big. And having opened up like applies on the reactor. It's so something. It really, but it's effort. It looks like a trumpet. Exactly. It looks like a trumpet and pull it down. And what's really interesting, and this is part of the talk about God, when it goes up and down, okay, you remove it off the reactor, and you can apply it on the reactor. The reactor power source, this thing is basically channeling whatever power source throughout the craft, which I believe craft being a gigantic cavity hollow superstructure. And it propagates this power, gravity field, whatever the field is, within the craft, and it creates this bubble, pressure action. In fact, Bob is in agreement with me. I was talking to him the other day about the car. He said, I'm convinced 100% that the archway superstructure was also now in the lower level. It's not something he saw, but he said, I don't remember it so far. Or I didn't see it, but I wasn't paying attention to it because I was trying to figure out what goes in it. He said, but I agree. It makes no sense that the craft superstructure is only on one side and not connected like this
Goes
on
part.
the other
Come
side.
on, Miles. Come on, Miles. Give me
That's
Miles. Give me Miles. Give me Miles. Yes. Give me another one.
it has to happen a lot of time, right? And it's just logical
Okay, at
sense.
least we got one.
But he said, I agree. I just don't remember seeing. And it's Shaman what tried to replicate also technology on those and then replicated the first material and second one. First one replicate the emulsion system for materials and then second for was to disable it. How to disable it for the right. Yeah. Okay. Then primary growth. And essentially, when you think about this material, when they use these wave guides, it's not telescopic like a normal antenna that we see for this and go the base part of the picture and the calculation side. So it's not like that. You got to pull it up and it doesn't make any sound. It's all you hear. It's really solid. Pull it up and it becomes shorter. It blends into the ceiling. It doesn't go through the roof or anything else. No holes go in. It's just blended into the ceiling of the main floor. This is the bottom of it. So the upper, I remember asking, do I have to go to the hole? No. It was blended. It was all one piece. No seam or LC. So we could pull it up because we didn't know where it was going. That can't work. a very long segment here to explain this. Yeah, and it's a kind of a for the latest for people watching this work to digest. There's a lot of technical stuff that you have to get into. I'll cover that in the formal version of the doc because I want to cover it. So, what's happening? He said, even when you hold it down, where's the material coming from? Because it is getting long, but I can't tell where it's coming from. So he said, and I asked him, if you were to bring it down and not apply it on the reactor and push more down, then it would move. It would move. Now think about that. You know, if we have something that is only 3 inches in there and and I pull that down, I don't know, 4 feet, and I can't get it to move. That's something really strong. Even titanium, if you get a little bit, it's gonna get some yes, then move. I find that really interesting. Yes, you know what I mean. So those are little technical aspects of things that I found to be very interesting. I build them. Obviously, you're not. I build them. You're not dealing with the physics of that. But it's something that I took into consideration as I was building. The only thing I don't have is the upper level. I mean, the outside I have, but I don't have the interior. Yeah, I don't know how that works. Yeah. So you're in Bob's going through all your 100 day set questions. Yeah. And then what happens from there? They call it direct design the box, the hanger. So we got so finally got the box, the hanger. I actually just required what I had to do. This is an idea I had on the weekend. I said, okay, well, I don't really want to have but I could do this. Is a cardboard fold down. That is the whole way that space. I can do that for people who are mechanical. I could do well let me make the hallway. So that how let's go. All right, I did. All right, wow. So they said, all right, Bob, how about we build the whole thing? The whole S4, the whole because that's one day I just did it because that's it. It was getting started on the and he says, do you really want to do that? He goes, what are you going to do with it? I said, I don't know yet. I don't know. But I know I want to do it. And he goes, that's going to cost. I know I will. I said, I do. But I have to do it. Because I'm like, historically, or let's say in this timeline of our lives, all the dark things, and he's already in the process of helping us design insert the hanger. Like, if I don't do this, then what is this even going to happen? It was that and I never met them. So I said, and Bob said, well, sure you want to do it? I said, yeah, why? My money. I said, I'll do it. But on one condition, you just can't give it a stamp of approval. I said, he says, oh, I'll do it. But you guys are doing a great job. I'll do it. And I said, great. We're doing it. Like, all everybody had a meeting. I said, yeah, guys, we're building the whole thing. And so it was like, yeah, what? You know, and I said, yeah, yeah. So went back to Bob, got a lot more information with my on the record. That's for that. So, And he's just now, he's very talented. He's not just talented, I think he's like a Michael Jordan of this guy's very. Did he help me with the shot selection? I mean, he and I were well scored. Thank you, appreciate that. And a lot of that is only due to Chris Mental. I mean, Chris Mental, without a doubt, he and I were almost him for about a year in front of a computer. We both gained weight at the same time. Staring at screens because that's exactly what it was. And, you know, running the computers, building computers, surrendering, sleeping at the studio, making crash, just getting it back to, you know, where the crash, what break, what messed up, why did it do that, you know, I did. Yeah, you're going to that. Yeah. So, you know, long story is we got to then we beat Rob Unreal because Unreal and absolutely. Hey, look, it's great for video game. It's not no. And it cannot do what is being advertised. Certainly not at 4.7. No, even at 5. Oh, yeah, with Nana. Even at 5. Oh, even at Nana was giving us so many nerves. Yeah, so many nerves that we were going bananas. Going, okay, this is just no wasting. I spent a lot of time. Lost a lot. Look, they're great. They do great video games. Good for them, but Blender was definitely going for it. And when we transferred everything over to Blender, they first of all started looking better, much faster. Quality. And Blender was evolving. Yes. Yeah. And so there's a lot of stuff we did. Our version of Blender at our studio is less than a guy who has like so you would have somebody has a one version, it's one of one, he modified it his way. Our Blender is fully modified to do what we want. It must be a 3D artist now. Somebody asked for it. How do you build a set? Oh, this is this works very. Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. And for you, because you're it's not just what you rent, it's what you rent. That's right. Right? But you can make anything look beautiful with metal, right? And making that happen. All the lights you needed. Okay. Yeah. There's a lot of computing power and there's a lot of other technical stuff that has to happen in order for the render first of all to happen and not crash. And secondly, in a timely manner where you can actually get your render out because you have 100 other renders. You have X amount of computers. You need this to happen. You can't just go like, oh yeah, I was going to take 4 days. Hold on. For how many seconds? You know what I mean? Like, it's the technical aspect of what was accomplished internally for us to make it happen. That will forever be what I'll never forget. That. I mean, we were not sleeping to make that happen. I believe it's while we're talking technically, there was something that came up about light filters. You're trying to replicate with light filters and craft. If it's not craft. Right. But when you are designing the asset, you create the material. Absolutely. Regularity, right? Normal man, everything. So did you have, I mean, why light not working? Oh, it was working. It was working. Oh, the light is working. It's not, it wasn't a defect. Nothing was defective. It was the way the interior of the craft was made. The night you're on the main floor, and always remember, it's very low. And, you know, right. But you can only stand kind of in a small section, and then after that, you're walking or crawling or whatever. If you're in the actual space, which we are, which is very cool. The way the material is made, we use to make it that, you know, that like unpolished stainless steel. There's a little bit of grit to it, a little bit of dust to it. That feel and all that. you put any light, you know, what million versions of light you can put in like beautiful, right? All right, okay, so that's not how it was. Yeah, because if you're inside the craft, that's not how they can light it. You can light it. You can put fake lights in there. You can light the thing. I can people do it, but that's not how it's done. Bob saying, if you're what it is, all the things you have in there are big industrial light bulbs. One nice amplifier and one of that to the other. Both of them are there. There's a lot of clothes. But it's not a high unit price. So they're lower. They're not like push up. There's hook up. And the light heads are really tough. And there's four halogen lights. And you can take that right down. I don't know that. The light is that huge. Get that down to the bulb. Luminosity. All that stuff, right? Turn it off. And if you actually want to look at these halogen lights, you actually set these lights. You can turn it off. And one. Oh, 100% focus on just these lights. Right? And so you can see it's reflecting brightly where it's at, right? And it's not transmitting light. It's not lighting. And like, it's yes, that it's kind of makes anyone, but it is good. Okay, I can see that the top of the bell are these kind of things. They're possible. And I think that they were how it's not right. I'll never forget. We had a camera. There used to be some kind of 60 cameras with front cameras that settings on how we would put our settings. And that's no way. Yeah, that was right. That we were on this better. I don't know that we need to what is this not happening. So we can turn on the thing versus other light.
Jeez, Palmer. Oh my goodness. Your old does that? I think I found my front runner for long CMs. It's not saying Scott. By distance, my guy. Front runner by distance. For me, that's tough. For me, that's really hard to pull off for whatever reason. Front runner by distance at 3,000 meters. For me, this is hard. I have done it no times. Well, I guess this is the first time. So one time.
Very dark. But if we think of that, and we're going to think of, here's an answer that's going to try this. Let's assume he's lying. Okay. Okay. He's making this up. Fine. He's telling us that there are two industrial tripods, four bright halogen lights. Why would Brady, as a liar, think that's not enough? Think about that logic. It's a weird detail. It's too strange that he knew that it would be dark because it's not doing things. No, right. That's it. You have to that material is drinking the light. It really is. I will gladly say Salazar started seeing some stuff. I didn't. He would always want to see final leads. I never showed him anything that was really. But I would give him, oh my God, why did you do that? That's like 14 now. Because I wanted to see that in some cases, I wanted certain things to be complete for him to do. There was a lot of times that they weren't complete. Like for instance, the ceiling of the hallway was not complete. I mean, it was not looking. I was kind of like I was showing things that I needed him to correct me on, but I knew that the ceiling was not complete properly, and I'm like, I don't want to show him this crappy ceiling. I got to finish that. I put pipes in there. So there were certain things that I was like, show me. I'm like, not yet. I want to show you what's that. When things get, let's say, 85% done, that's when it's done. Did you go back to your leadership training at all and think, I didn't plan things? I just keep right here. Absolutely. What was really important there is that he corrected himself in a couple of things when we brought him in initially in the hangar and in the lab. The only places where he said, oh yeah, that was in the hangar in the lab, so their lab. In the lab, he had forgotten to mention the door that led right into that computer, that led right into the hangar. Okay. He never mentioned, so I put a cabinet there. Because there's no cabinet there. I said, well, okay, I'll just remove the cabinet. He goes, oh. I said, he goes, is that all right into the hangar? And I said, yeah, it's stored. That's when I understand. It's where you setting up a free environment for stuff to follow a place. Exactly. So even the desk, at a certain point, yes, he and Mary have two desks pointed at each other. I put them in the wrong place. First thing he did, that's what the desks are over there. That he immediately pointed the desks are not there anymore over there. Like he pointed at it right away. And I'm like, oh okay. That makes an empty percent. Sure. Oh, okay. He goes, yeah, and then electrical panel on the left there. Oh, okay. Yeah, immediately went like, boom. I put at a certain point, I had a sink in there. He looked at it. He goes, okay, you can do that. I said, why? He goes, it wasn't exactly like that. That's fine. You know, like kind of right. And I'm like, well, what does it look like? Right. You know? He's like, no, some stuff he didn't even want to tell me because he wanted to say. So it's like, you're gonna waste another 3 weeks on just the thing. So you know what I mean? So I'm like, okay. So we basically got him to correct it on that door. And in the hangar, the large adjacent doors that separate the hangars have normal size doors in them. Because when the big adjacent doors are closed, you can go in the adjacent hangar just through a normal door in them. And there was a time, I mentioned this recently, Bob was on station Georgia in Arizona, and Bob was drawn on a whiteboard in the doors, and he worked at shit, there's no way you can see in the other hangars without those doors. And I remember going like, kind of right. There's no way to see all the way down just these little doors. And they were right. It was a good point. I didn't have an answer for it. So I'm like, that's all time. Anyway, as soon as he saw the door, he goes, oh, there's a little door. He built the door. He goes, but there's a door there. There's a door in the door. And then we validated it. We actually also, by the way, had consultants that helped us that actually were an area that we wanted in. And by the way, oh yeah. So there were people that consulted with us that know you got it. That's how it was. They showed us how the next beams were in the hangars, and they said that's exactly it. With these special projects guys, or only one was not UFO, but aerospace engineer. Sure, that worked out there because they did make planes there. So yeah, they confirmed. Yeah, they also put the four grills with water in it. We have a lot of experts because Bob, by the way, when he came to Bob, where was the grill on the ground? I wasn't right. I mean, that makes sense too. But so I needed a consultant to help me, because I asked him, I said, do you think the beams were like that? He goes, probably. He goes, I wasn't paying attention to beams. Absolutely. was the side of the hill, right? We built the landscape. Well, we built the whole landscape. That's the whole thing we had. We had oh my god, it's huge. It's a huge project. Is this a building yet, or you still keep building? Oh no, we are still. Your best educated guess as to how some of that works. Like, what's your best working theory? I'm sure you've thought about it long hard. Like, what do you gather from all of that? Like, this is kind of what I have to go to bed with tonight. That's it's kind of hard to say. A lot of it is just a guess. I mean, the reactor itself appears to be powered by a super heavy element 150. They synthesize that. We had was a stable version, and there are isotopes of many elements. Some of them, they're all the same element, but some are stable and some are. This one was stable. Clearly, studying something about that, because that was on the reactor. And from what we can ascertain from measuring the reactor, the base plate, it looked like a little accelerator, like a little accelerator. So it looked like there's some nuclear manipulation going on, where they're bombarding the target element 150 sample in there, and it's producing stuff
Computer activity.
gravitational.
Yep.
And I'm not even sure it's gravity.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
What was that?
I'm increasingly convinced that there's another force
Yeah. Marvelous Sunday.
forming the
Yeah.
property of mass,
Mind you up on my
where it just when you get enough mass together, when it's gravity, little mass around gravity, gravity. Actually, gravity. Yeah, gravity. Yeah. Large scale, you get a whole planet, whole rock force, and whole, that's not a very strong force. But we call it anti-gravity because there's nothing else to call it. There's one propulsion system, and it lifts off, and it keeps lowering gravity. It's called anti-gravity. But I think it's, I think there's another force that we haven't discovered, and that's what this machine is taking again. I think when these left discovery our work, we're going to discover the force itself. But I don't think it's actually gravity. It's another force that repels. And so I don't know where to go with that. I just recently believe that yeah, because we think that there's like gravity or gravity should be manipulable from the sky. No evidence that gravity works that way. So I think there's a good chance it's something else that works still. But I said, gravity or interacts with it. Yeah, but we just haven't stumbled on it. But or maybe we have. It's about years gone by, and other people think we're I can only hope so. That yeah, yeah, I would do that. Yeah, yeah, but once you see it, you see it. I mean, the drive to know, I'm really into UFOs. I like to see them. It's like really wanting to see a movie. I can't wait till the next Star Wars comes out. I'm so excited and all that. And after you see it, it's gone. I mean, once you see how
Yo, I just thought about it. So Umamasume are girls that are born with horse genetics that increase their stamina, strength, speed, agility, and awareness tenfold, but then condenses the muscularity of a horse down into the body of a female type, genotype. That is a lot of muscle. That's why when I see like uh Akabono, I don't think she's fat. Like I'm like, yo, that's just all muscle. She's like the Clydesdale of fucking Umamasume. Like it's just solid, huge muscle. And the rest of these girls are all muscle too. They're just toned. Like I'm not crazy, right? Saying for thinking that. Might be a rare resource.
and it was traveling at 500 knots, like 500 miles underwater. And it's just spotted up by like an oil rig and like hoisted and like top down footage of it. Not just satellite footage. He didn't want to close that together. It was round, so I assume it's from the top. Yeah, all this satellite footage. But yeah, just traveling. And also, Tim Gallagher, who's a Navy Rear Admiral, also said that they had encountered large crafts moving at 400 to 500 knots underwater. That's yeah. Yeah, so I mean, especially something that size, you know, we're not talking about this, but yeah, a city block. Yeah, you're not doing that without really, yeah, yeah, it seems like that would be the place to look while everyone's looking up in the sky. Maybe a lot more of the activity. That would probably explain why the Navy was so heavily invested. I think I'm just under the impression they happened on one time, and they just, they had dibs on it. They ran into it in some way, and it became there. Yeah, because like a lot of when you came out initially with this is the first time you heard about an attack, sort of crash, retrieval of like a spaceship. Every rise of spaceship again, live in the ocean. But these things, tended, for stories at least, to be debris or wrecks or everything else. So, I mean, if the Navy finds these being attacked in the water, it would put them at the front of, this whole thing. It's really interesting. Okay. Last thing I want to just ask you about a few people. Travis Holt, you're familiar with this story? Yeah. So what I find fascinating about Travis, other than his testimony, because I do believe, I believe it's not true, as he announced it, I think Luigi, I think knows him well, or met him. Yeah, he sounds like an interesting guy to talk to in the future at some point. Yeah, well, I'd be honored to facilitate that event if I really choose to. I'll move mountain. I think that would be really interesting because one of the reasons is the craft that he describes. I mean, it sounds a lot like the craft that he worked on. Oh, really? Yeah. Even so much as sort of the arches. Now, with his craft, he saw the only time he saw like the exterior was he thought was under it, but it had those sort of like arches under the frame and it glowed. It was like glow. And yeah, so I've always thought that you guys should be and talk about this craft because there might be some similarities. The second similarity of craft, and this is where it becomes a little bit more contentious with, I'm sure, a lot of people out there. Billy Meyer. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've seen Billy Meyer images. Yeah. Luigi has a poster. I mean, one of them, come on, he looks exactly like the Ford model. Yeah. It looks exactly like it. So you can't tell me that's a big picture. Is it possible? Yeah, so I mean that's where it becomes like incredibly confusing with Billy Meyer because you look at some of his other photos, I'm sure that you feel this way too. Yeah, some of them are what is this? Yeah, this is like almost like a this is something I think a friend of mine, Gene Hub, called UFO Research Center. You get some of these guys who are really into it, and they start bringing some facts forward, and begin to get attention. They give lectures and things like that, and then maybe they had some initial sighting or information. They work with the Navy or Air Force, and it kind of dies away, and they begin missing the attention, and then their story begins to expand a little bit, and oh wait, I forgot to tell you, their attention comes back, and that keeps increasing, and and also Martian said, and then you have some ridiculous thing, and I think my own personal opinion, I think Billy Meyer did have some sighting, got some pictures that were authentic, and look at the time in the 70s, nothing was a Polaroid, and nothing yeah, he got a lot of attention, a lot of press, and all that, and just a one-on farmer in Switzerland, if I recall. And just a lonely guy out there, and all of a sudden he's in all the news and all that, and then that begins to fade away, and I think the same thing happened, or at least possibly that. Another flying saucer I forgot to tell you about. This looks like a cake. Has all balls tucked away in his driveway with his string attached to it. So yeah, I mean, some of them look ridiculous, but I can't explain the similarity to the sport model. That's why I'm convinced that's an actual photograph.
If I pull out, I have a book here. If I pull it out, you point to what you're referring to.
Well, yeah. 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 100%. Yeah.
So much as the
Yeah. I mean, what? Yeah.
yeah, quite a few.
Yeah. I'm sorry. That's it. I mean, and I even mentioned that. I don't know if I took the amount of bugs right.
The rings.
Yeah. Sometimes it's different, maybe. But I mean, that's it.
Sort of portholes or whatever those are.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm 100% behind them. Yeah. 100%. There's no way Billy could have gotten without seeing. Yeah. So you might have seen this, and then as time went on, other things happened. Other crashes.
Yep.
Yeah. So,
Do you think there's a possibility that, and this is like purely speculative, that afterwards Billy might have been like messing with it or something? That's awesome. Because seeing something like that, putting this photos as a big deal. Yeah, especially that craft. You got a security that was behind that craft. They did not fly that around willy nilly.
No,
Switzerland,
yeah, it's awesome. He's a single guy, in the mountains of Switzerland somewhere. Yeah, I'm not gonna let a guy bring over security.
Yeah, that's always stuck out with me too. Is that like it's such a bizarre thing because you mentioned Billy Meyer in today's day and age, people automatically
Absolutely. I mean, from what I see,
it's up to such a
absolutely.
it's ridiculous.
And then it's the whole y'all range kids. I don't know. I mean, come on, man.
The hubcap with the
I can do better.
but then the original ones are so. And as a photographer, I love photography. I love the composition and everything. Like they were beautiful photos.
Yeah.
Like really, really beautiful.
Yeah, that's something changed.
Yeah.
So, but I don't claim to know what's going on. I just know that craft looks a lot like the crafts that I've worked on. I mean, 95%. Yeah. And how do you explain?
By the sun and stars, we will prevail. My associate, and I shall never fall. Anything else? No. And you from the soul of the living church.
When a major role in the functions of the stores. In the Gemini, these strange enormous figures who are either gods or humans are family control of the heavens. The giants were actually the better titans of modern giant. The giants were said to have been born from Gaia and Christ, which was typical as the gods of the giants and the Hercules victory over the giants was called Pompeii, and the ancient city of Pompeii is the name for its stories of giants can be found in the traditions of ancient cultures around the world. In tribes in the American Southwest, all of a race of red-haired giants. Curiously separate details of the Celtic people elsewhere, who describe the red-haired giants called the Swahili. In India, early Sanskrit texts portray them as a 9-foot tall, blue-skinned giant. And during Easter, local traditions have the enormous stone moai statues were erected like giants. When as far as ancient national figures are concerned, the enormous stone story found in the Mediterranean and details contained within them. That this part of the world was the final for actual time being the gatekeeper from another planet. We have a great concentration of these stories in the Mediterranean area. We have increased the feeling of ancient Sumeria. So the idea that at some point giants roamed the land, we have to wonder who are these giants? What are their origins? These actual giants once lived along the ocean, as some regions have suggested, to the Gemini as well of the presence of Earth. Ancient astronomy suggests the answer might be found by examining another race of giants from the Greek tradition. In the 7th century BC, the Roman Lysian wrote about the sunrise, a group of giants responsible for building incredible structures out of stone. Like us, one-eyed giants. They are builders that are arms. They can make armor, they make weapons. Their walls gate is very important spot. In the Mediterranean, there are such sometimes built by giants. All those big, the lions big, they can think of themselves like a cyclops. These are the best as well. But then architecture that is sometimes looking which are being the largest big top giant, real-life giant, and those structures in the Mediterranean that have survived for generations of time and still stand to this day. As far as ancient cultural views are concerned, the answer is a resounding yes, and not just one or two, but thousands. In the middle of the Mediterranean Sea, just south of Sicily, by the island of Malta, we created a stony area of roughly 120 miles. It is one of the smallest cities in the world, but this determination goes no less than enormous Neolithic structures contain some of the most massive freestanding stone in the world. Malta is an incredible place because there we have some of the biggest megalithic sites in all of Europe.
The temples on Malta is also 1,000 years older than the pyramids in Egypt. They are the earliest monumental architecture in the world. Very much as if that architecture developed right here in Malta.
Mainstream historians believe the first inhabitants of Malta traveled from Sicily in 5200 BC. Today, the stone structures erected on all these islands are considered by archaeologists to be among the greatest creations of Israel found anywhere on Earth. The oldest megalithic sites in Europe, places began here, where these islands goes on.
that can move the world forward to change. At the time that the GNT assembled with this around 2005 BC, there was no one else in the world doing anything like this. Some of the walls of GNT assembled are more than 20 feet high and still standing but never fallen. Very little in the world that could survive for 5,000 years the way GNT has. One of the structure by these 5,000 years is astonishing. Thankfully, these megalithic buildings could be far older. But the history of the story on us was of this way. How the ancient buildings were able to precisely arrange the massive stones, each weighing over 20 tons, before metal tools or even a wheel had been invented. All the cranes being on this today, it would appear that the builders of Malta had some special technology that probably beyond our own capabilities. GNTS is translated from the Maltese, which is place called giants, or place made by giants. It's always been called that.
It was said to have been built by a giant goddess, Arcuna, who built it while nursing and Malta archaeologists have agreed with the legend that the giants built the ancient structures on Malta. Giants. The ball posts. One of the Mediterranean contour race of thousands of years ago. And so, when the oil is to get home somewhere else. Perhaps one that had the third school. Malta, located on the rugged south coast of the Big Island, is your village is home to the newest megalithic temple called Umamasume. Stone structures that are laid out in the pattern of a T-form, circular chambers.
There are actually three temples in the context of a mantra. The strong temple seems to be aligned with the temple of the home. The temple is aligned so that the sunlight on the equinox is connected to the daylight, the moon, and the weekend. Temple all the way to the back. On other places, there are other stones that reflect the solstice daybreak.
Archaeologists have
The oldest temple in the country, around 3,600 BC,
while the main buildings, constructed in the temples. The local culture, these ancient builders were giants. University Falls professor Paul published a book thousands of years old and historian believe that the construction of 10,200 he came to this conclusion because based on the culture at that point in time, on the summer solstice, we have light would have come from the main effort of the mountain temple and the capital representatives of the altar stone. We never witnessed chief using that number of never that fine. Chief said it was woman and stones. Before the emergence of civilization, So that extraterrestrials might be what we describe today as the gray aliens. Are different than we previously understood.
800 meter is the fastest, coolest, most unforgiving race in the entire sport of track and field. Period. It is the only distance race that starts lanes, forcing athletes into a high-stakes drag race just to establish their position. And crucially, it is the only distance event that allows 8 people into the final. Every other distance final at a global championship allows between 12 and 15, allowing for past and form and technical safety to develop. In the 800, there is nowhere to hide. You are exposed from the gun. The 800 meter is the gateway from the sprint to the realm. This is your home tomorrow. And this is what every Olympic champion in the 800 meters since 1976 has won. First off, for all of the 800 meter Olympic champions since the Olympics for both men and women. The 800 is an entirely different feat. From 1981 till 2023, the world record has gone from 1,373 to 1,439. That's not even a second improvement in almost 5 decades. To put in perspective, here are all of the distance world records from June 1981 when the 800 meter world record was set. Compared to all the world records today, the 800 is by far the least improved upon. To make these world records more comparable, here is the per lap improvement on each world record since that time. As we see, as the distance increases, so do the per lap improvements. It seems that as the technology training gets better, it affects the longer distances rather than the lower mid distances. The more aerobic the race is, the more we see this pattern take on. But this also probably tells us that the training for the 800 has not improved to the extent of the distance events too. On the women's side, we need to see a more damning story. The world record in 153.28 seconds set in 1983 is still the world record today. I know the controversy over Dermilla's world record because how she looks, but I'm purposely not testing drug abuse and testing this theory because drug testing was a joke back then. EPO wasn't even a banned substance until 1990, and they didn't even have a test for it for almost another 15 years later. So take that with what you will. However, here are the women's world records since the 800 meter world record was broken in 1983. And it's the exact same story here when we compare these world records improvements on a per lap basis as it is on the men's side. As the distance increases, the improvements to the world records get greater. So this confirms our theory that the pace of change of running technology and training hasn't caught up or affected the 800 as much as the longer events, which is super exciting and cool because this means we don't have to get lost in the fog of war when comparing these athletes as we do with the longer distances. We don't have to simulate what is Steve O'Bat had the same super shoes and synthetic tracks we have today. Could he have competed with Jakob Ingebrigtsen in 2021? What about Henry Rono and the Steeple? Could he have beaten George Beamish in the 2025 World Championships? We don't know because there's too many variable changes. But in the 800 meter, we don't have to do that. Because if you put Ron Sebastian Coe, Joaquin Cruz, and Wilson Pickett on the starting line alongside the modern dominators of Marco Arop and Emmanuel Wanyake at a global championship, it would be anybody's race. And that is the only event of distance in arguably all track and field where you can say that's the case. On the female side, the modern era doesn't even stand a chance. If the fastest runners from the 1980s showed up in their prime at today's global championship, it would be a battle for third place. And this is what makes the 800 meters so fascinating. Because we're not comparing hypotheticals in the video. We're comparing prime athletes. So let's get into the variables in common for all these Olympic champions. You ready? How old do you have to be, and what physical attributes do you have to have in order to become an 800 meter Olympic champion? These are the heights and weights of each Olympic champion since Montreal for men and women. For men, we see a variety of heights we don't see in any other distance. The smallest height to win the Olympics is 5'7" Emmanuel Wanyake in 2024, while the tallest is 6'4" Neil Schumann in 2000, with the average height being around 6'1", while the range range from 136 pounds to 190 pounds, with the average being around 156. For both of the 1500 meter and 5000 meter, the average Olympic champion is around average height for both men and women. Jakob Ingebrigtsen was the tallest 1500 meter Olympic champion since at least 1976. Jakob would be average height for an 800 meter Olympic champion. And it's also worth noting that there is a cluster of with almost half of the champions coming from that height range.
The average weight for each female champion is 130.9 pounds, while the average height is 5'7". So even on the women's side, we see that they're taller. This puts our athletes BMI at 21.4 and 20.5 for men and women respectively, meaning our athletes are not only longer, but they have more musculature too. But it isn't just about the sheer physical presence of these athletes. It is about the brutally short time window the human body can maintain this kind of heart output for an extended period of time. The average age of a gold medalist in the 800 for men is 24.4 and 25.1 for women. There was only one person to win the Olympics in their 30s, and that was Kelly Holmes. Most of these athletes are old enough to be in or just out of college by a couple of years. We find that compared to the 1500 meter, where the average male champion is 23.5, it seems like there's some sort of transient neurological peak in your early to mid 20s. Where these grueling, fast race-paced workouts and peak faster in the lower mid distances. Even when Radisha won 2 consecutive Olympics, he was 27 the second time he did it, which is the third oldest athlete to win since 1976 on the men's side. The 800 is a young man's Olympics day. What should an Olympic champion run in the 400 and 1500 in order to give himself the best chance to win the Olympics in the 800? Having an aerobic engine of a good 1500 meter helps you hang on in a race when you're 65 seconds into the 800 and need to start to keep your home. It helps you feel with the acidosis and use that lactate attention to maintain actual forces in the ground when your legs are counting. The endurance element of the 800 helps you highlight that much longer. Champions Team Crew, Steve Ovett, and William Tanguy fit this bill, but having great endurance only helps if you're in the conversation for a win in the race 400 meters into it. Because if you're 2 seconds back with 500 to go, the odds are stacked against you like stacks in the sand on the field. There are the 45-point and faster 400 meter runners stepping up in the 800, like Paul Loren, Alberto Florentina, and Emmanuel Carew. Let me take you to the gray zone at 800 meter American great John and Raventon. The first 400 meter with these kinds of runners feels like getting through a strong bag full of so right from the start. None of it feels good. These guys run so fast that it puts your legs into shock and makes it so much harder to pick your place in the first 200 meters. Having a fast 400 is a trade-off. Those fast, quick muscle fibers and powerful strides run out of juice much quicker than the 800, 1500 meter runners. So focusing on speed, endurance, and getting out quick and quitting in your pace is absolutely crucial. Very few athletes in history have had a world-class time in the 400 and the 1500, contrary to other events where big athletes tend have world-class times in the events above them and below them. 800 is the huge exception in this, where you can be world-class in the 400, 800, or world-class in the 800, 1500, but not both. But here's another exception. 800 meter has a lot of runners that have decently fast 400 meters, but not so impressive, and an okay 1500. These runners are 800 meters specialists, and there are more specialists in 800 meters than in any other event. Champions like Oborn Rodell, Neil Schumann, and Wilfred Buckgate. So there are many archetypes in the race 800 meter runners. For women, it's almost the exact same story, with the exception of the likes of Pastor Simmons, which is a subject for another video. Let's break down the actual racing tactics in an 800 meter limit final. Starting from the gun, the first 200 meters of the race is unadulterated chaos, and every single champion knows that they have to claim their spot immediately. Because the race starts in lanes and race at the 100 meter mark, the standard freeze is terrifying convergence of 8 athletes, all running near sprint speed, suddenly having to merge into one lane without losing their momentum, without getting tripped up, and without getting caught behind the lower runner. All of this while maintaining an efficient stride or giving only an efficient stride for someone else. If you've ever run in a pack, you understand how difficult this is. When you put all of this together, you get some major physical contact. Former 800 meter Canadian record holder Brandon McBride wrote into it in 2022 in the first 200 meters of his race, falling down after colliding with another athlete. In the 1980 Olympic finals, the first 200 was an absolute crapshoot with so much pushing each other. Nobody got a clean start there. If you look at every men's final from 1976 to 2024, the opening 200 is 23.7 and 24.7. Even as both tactical races played in 1980 and 2008, when the field went out to 53 to 54 points in the first 400 were St. John athletes. The first 200 meters and 25 ladder times, there still was a battle for position in the first 200 because the investments that are set up for the rest of the race, or the winning is historically between 26 and 27.5 seconds. That is essentially all that was to bring the race out of the marginal. But this is the strange part. For men, there is a wide variety of placement for the first 200 meters that can lead to success. You have the likes of Dave Radisha and Emmanuel
taking the race at a fast pace right from the get-go, and have slow races like in 1980 where Steve Ovett was in seventh, who ended up winning. Fast races like in 1992 where William Tanguy was also in seventh. Jerry Borzakowski was at the back of the pack in 2004, 200 meters in. There's very little pattern in placement by itself in the first 200 meters. However, if you look at how these runners place themselves when they break to the inside lane compared to everyone else in the field, these runners avoid contact the most and are positioning themselves so they can run smoothly and the least distance possible going into the corner. So they're aggressive when they need to be, but patient when it's also required. And these decisions are made instantly and on an energy cost basis, meaning you don't make a move if it doesn't make any sense later in the race. Variable number 4 is the 400 meter mark. What place do you have to be in a slow, moderate, and fast-paced race? In slow races for men and women, you even navigate yourself to make a move with 400 meters to go. Ideally at the front or worse, middle of the pack. This is where the jets start turning on and where most of the athletes start to move. In a slow race, nobody is winning from under 400 or 600 minutes in. However, you can definitely lose the race at that time. Stay out of trouble, pick up fragments down the back stretch, and don't let the leaders get too far away from you. With 120 to go, with all of your might, take to home, and that's how you win an Olympic gold in a slow race. In a moderate to fast race, it's ruthless but more forgiving tactically. The rules are the same. These athletes just have more leeway towards the back of the pack as they report the top in 2004. He went from 8 points to 6 points at the bell. You need to start moving. Don't let someone else's mistake of taking the foot off the gas be your mistake by being behind them. This is the point of the race where everybody is navigating on slightly fatigued legs. It can be almost in any place in this race as long as we can make it move forward with the pack. Variable number 5 is the last 200 and 100 feet. The last 200 and 100 meters of the race is where the real champion is made. This is when the overcommuters in the first 400 and the early takers from 400 to 600 take place. The 800 is race of timing to its perfection. And everything the 1500 meters is out of mind. But it's the 800 meter that actually is the race of patience because it's entire fight and navigate the last corner that leads to the home stretch. This is for superstar athletes who took the lead earlier in the race but making mistakes. At this point, you made a 98% investment. You're battling for position. You fought from the inside lane going into the final corner. You're committed to the gap that formed 250 meters ago, and now you're barely holding on. You can collapse right now and not get up for hours, except you still having to do it. The only difference between a Olympic champion and the guy out of the or the girl ahead of him is that the people ahead of him have invested 100% of their reserves and this 2% is all the difference. Maintain as upright as possible, control that pelvic tilt, and talk about lifting your leg and that downward core of the teeth and burning leg. One last surge, and everyone comes back. And in the last 15 meters of the race, you realize
oh my God, I'm an Olympic champion. And that's what happens when you're winning Olympic 800. And the commonality is there are small exceptions to the last 100 individuals. Because David Rudisha in 2012, before he won the race from 100 ago, but that's what happens when you're great wherever and you're in one time. So if we were to make a triple 800 meter Olympic champion in a lab report, these are the reactions they must have and the race strategies they must adopt. One, they must be in their neurological prime in around 24 for men and 25 for women. Are they only have to be 6'1" and 6'4", say 5'6", 5'9", and 45? Men are males should be around 100 pounds, while our females should be around 130 pounds. With BMIs of 21.4 and 20.5, respectively, two, they have to be a master at one of the three 800-meter archetypes, the 400, 800 runner, the 800, 1500 runner, or the 800-meter specialist. Three, they have to get out of breath in the speed and chaos of the race. In the first 200 meters, the changes must have to start with total conviction and favorite spot. Four, they must be composed with trail lap like 400 meters to go, and they must be making their moves to better situate themselves for the rest of the race. Five, they must master the managed decay between 600 and 800. Be in striking position with 120 to go and have that last 2% fear at the end. And that is your perfect 800-meter Olympic champion. If you enjoyed this video, then you're really going to enjoy the commonalities between 1500-meter Olympic champions. Warning, it's a tactical nightmare. Go check out that video right here, and we'll see you guys there. The 400 meters is the last of what happened as well. If you print that for itself, or both grid in any type of athlete, then you usually enter the conversation as having one of the most controlled learning curves of the track world. And also takes form in the 4x4 of being classified closer to just about every track meet ever watched. The notion of running exactly one lap as fast as they can is the language benchmark athletes can use trying out. And so specialize in the event, only is rare, but only one portion of the race runner. Some would take the mark in the record book for a quarter, but some would so far ahead of their time that it took decades before anyone could contest such legendary mark. This is the world record progression of the 400 visually gratifying record. Well, it did qualify his record for over a decade beforehand. That was considered the best part, which was 47.8 seconds by basketball on September 29th, 1900. The first 400-meter record, though, was officially done by Charles Pat from the U.S., who ran 48.6 at the 1912 Olympics. This era is quite physical and dangerous. Buffalo, because most countries were beginning to switch to the metric version, but almost everything in America still held the 140. The world record this year between the two nevertheless, for structured forward at the 400 meters, more superior in the end. In 1915, and American ranked 47.4 at the 1940 championship, while American medals from Great Britain both were 400-meter ones, 47.6 at the 1924 Olympic Games. Both boys had actually stagnated in this place as a cycle, but 12 measures from New York and in while trying over the 440 total time, while making 47 flights in the 400 at the Pacific double-A Games. For over 30 years, the quarter only measured the same material had to perform his time within the 47-second race. But fortunately, Ben Eastman for the U.S. was running record only one time at Stanford University, and his time stepping off from the 440 record on March 26, 1932, running 4.4. What was phenomenal about this record, too, is that he used one record at the time of 2026, led by Ian Close from Australia, and he is his first 20 of his 440, came in at 21.3. Nevertheless, American still carved the 400-meter record at the 1932 Olympic Games, where he ran slightly more than led to USA's sixth gold for the event. Carving these records were equally as jaw-dropping for the United States taken on for such a short event, but the 440 would be the one to slow down as the 400 became more popular and competitive as that years went by. It would take another 4 years for anyone to beat the 400 record, but it would not take place at the Olympic Championships for the rest of the NCAA one, where college athlete Archie Williams ran 46.1 to beat the record by a tenth of a second, and Rudolph Hartwig from Germany would bring home the country's first ever record on August 12, 1939, falling in a second. Later, the fight both the 440 and 400 records just been bumped up each other. After half a decade, Jamaica would finally see their first bout of business supremacy in the first one of the strongest quarterfinals back-to-back records. One of the first only sub-40 visitors, although the first made it for the first of the time, July 2nd, 1948, Jamaica went 45.9 at the Federal Championship. Another team committed on the action as the Australian record with them to win 100 passes in the first half, which held the victory of 45.8 on the 22nd. Is it only 5 rounds? Sure, block the record down by 12 it's 45 threshold. Now, Walt, like deeply, that one.
Each other far beyond what they thought they were capable of, and would simultaneously break the record on September 6th, 1960. Closest and emphatic 400-meter Olympic heat in history, Otis Davis from the U.S. and Carl Kaufmann from West Germany both ran 44.9 to break the 45-second barrier. But Davis would be handed the win for yet another United States gold in the event. While both men were credited with tying the record of running 44.9 via hand time, which was the standard back then, automatic timing corrections would later reveal that they technically hadn't broken 45, as Davis was credited with a 45.07 and Kaufman with a 45.08. For now, though, both athletes shared the record of 44.9, but this actually wouldn't matter for very long, as American Adolph Plummer replicated this time in the 440 yard, meaning that his time was the undisputed first sub-45 mark, both with and without conversions. With this, the Imperial record was back on top for the first time in quite a while. Even with the event seeing less and less involvement, the Americans were such a driving force that kept the scene alive to defend their quarter-mile shrine. Interestingly enough, though, the next record set would have hand-timed marks for both the 400 and 440, as Tommy Smith would just barely better Plummer's mark by running 44.8 on May 20th, 1967. As for the 400 meters, all three timers would confirm 44.5, but for the 440 record, he had just lucked out with two out of the three timers, clocking him in at 44.8. Just the very next year, Vince Matthews had brought the metric event back into the limelight by running 44.4, but this would be the shortest-lived record in the event's history, which was surprisingly followed by one of the biggest drops in time too, as Lee Evans ran 44 seconds flat at the U.S. Olympic trials, and Larry James was right behind running 44.1. Unfortunately for Evans, though, this time was not to be ratified as a world record, because Evans would end up being caught wearing what are called brush spikes, a type of shoe with dozens of little spikes to provide superior grip to the track, thus providing a competitive edge. Matthews' record had also been rescinded since he wore the same spikes, so the record was properly credited to James. Normally, this would be a blow to someone's confidence to have their record taken away from them, but Evans would show he didn't need a special type of spike to run fast. As in Mexico City for the 1968 Olympics, he would change the 400 meters forever with this time.
Sure. Download now.
Since everyone uses this girl everywhere, so we're definitely going to have to build her. And then we're going to try some dungeons out here. We got to get these stage 22, 23, 24, 27, 29, whatever we got going on now. We got to get all these dungeons here. Got to get them all
I'll blast it out, get some new gear, higher chance for ancients. I hope. I gotta do some XP farming for sure. Gotta do some XP farming. Do I need to skill this girl out or what? Yep, inspiration. I sure do. All right, so I see her used everywhere, so we're gonna have to blast this one out, and then I'll put some XP farming on. Download Watcher of Rounds for free now. 43.86. The first ever sub 44 time, and the second one would occur too, as Larry James was right behind to support Evans with what would be the new greatest 400-meter race in history by far, as the Americans ran blistering fast times and swept all three medals with no one else in sight. It was no question at this point that the 400 was the Americans' event to hold down. There was simply no one that could contest such immense talent and perseverance. And after this record, there actually wouldn't be anyone at all to rival such a feat. Over the next 10 years, the sub 44 was slowly starting to become a myth to pull off again, a relic of the past that could never be beaten, even with the toughest up-and-comers around. Alberto Juan Torrena was the fastest mark seen in quite a while at the 1976 Olympic Games, but 44.26 was still a far shot all things considered. Then after this time, no one would even come within half a second of Lee Evans. The 400-meter record would stand tall for more years to come, and by the early 80s, it was just looking to be a lost cause. Thankfully, NCAA athlete Butch Reynolds would come out of absolutely nowhere with the season of a lifetime in 1987, dropping 3 times under 44.2 and took the bronze at the World Championships. Then the next year, he ran his first ever sub 44 time at the US Olympic Trials, looking to be the successor to Lee Evans everyone had been waiting for the last 2 decades. At a meet in Zurich to simply tune up for the Olympics, the 400-meter record would be taken to a level no one thought was possible, and would also lower it to a point where no one would be able to take it any further.
And now comes Butch Reynolds, being pushed by Steve Lewis in blue. Reynolds is up to his shoulder. Reynolds is steam past him. And Butch Reynolds is coming away. 6 foot 3 of him. He brings Steve Lewis within the 19-year-old. And Danny Emery will be third. And look at that. He's done it. Oh, record is his at sea level. And he's murdered it. He's taken it apart. And justice has been done at last. The fastest man in the world at altitude, all sea level, 43.30, and that obliterates Lee Evans from the record book.
The world record now confirmed at 43.29, even faster than we thought. Everett second, 44.20, and in third place, Steve Lewis.
Running a personal best of 0.64 seconds, Butch Reynolds ran what was essentially the perfect 400. 21.4 for the first half, and still having the strength to run 21.89 in the back half for an incomprehensible time of 43.29. There were simply no words that can truly encompass such a mark. The record had stood for almost 20 years, and now it's been broken into pieces where no one could basically touch it anymore. This was what many people would consider the end game of the quarter, and even though Reynolds had plenty more years in the tank, his momentum would be interrupted rather quickly, as a 2-year suspension for alleged drug use would put a harsh halt to his phenomenal career thus far. Even after appealing his case and being allowed to run at the US Olympic trials, the IAAF threatened to suspend any athlete that would compete against him, but they would eventually let Reynolds run. After placing 5th in the Open 4 and being offered a spot on the 4x4 squad as an alternate, the IAAF would ban Reynolds from competing at the Olympics anyways, and Reynolds would later win a libel suit against the IAAF. Upon returning to competition, Reynolds would run solid times, but the 43.29 was an inexplicably legendary threshold that maybe no one was meant to ever touch again. Except, during the 90s, A legend would slowly start to formulate the perfect sprinting career as he became so utterly dominant that he would go down in history as not just one of the best 400-meter runners, but one of the best athletes in general to ever live. This man's name was Michael Johnson. Michael Johnson arrived onto the public scene in the late 80s as a solid sprinter who mainly found his groove in the 200 when competing under the NCAA. Following his departure from the collegiate scene and running with professionals now, his progress had exploded where he ran back-to-back undefeated seasons in the 200 with a world title and also ran a few 400s around the 44-2 range. While he mainly used his 400 as an accessory towards his 2, his last 400 in 1992 displayed a very promising future in the event, quickly joining the elite club of sub-44 runners, running 43.98. This single race likely led to Johnson's new brand as a 200-400 runner as opposed to a 200 specialist. However, he would soon pivot to hyper-focus on the 4 as he would break 44 again, running 43.74, and went on to win the 1993 World Championships, running 43.65. This time would mean almost nothing, though, when he took the baton as the anchor in the 4x4, because this leg would be the single best display of the 400 ever seen to this very day.
No, I didn't want to let these guys down. I knew they had all run tremendous legs before me, so I didn't want to let them down. And it just feels good, I get to compete against these guys. It feels good to be able to compete with them for once, and you see what happens when we compete together.
42.91, a split that was rich with raw adrenaline, speed, and a level of tenacity never seen before. And the 4x4 record was unsurprisingly shattered as a result. It was clear at this point that Johnson would commit to the 400, but strangely enough, the next year would hint otherwise. In 1994, Johnson had returned back to the 200, where his times were a bit average in comparison. But in all fairness, it was a year without a major championship race. In 1995, everyone would finally get their answer regarding which event he would officially commit to, and both sides would be equally as satisfied, as Johnson won both the 2 and the 4 at USA Championships and opted to run both of them at the World Championships held in Gothenburg. The 400 would be the first one of 2 events for him to run, and with 100 to go, Johnson looked to be taking Reynolds' near impossible record for good. A tenth of a second off, Michael Johnson would just barely miss the world record, but would run the second fastest 400 meters in history with a time of 43.29. Even though he wasn't the fastest man in history over the distance at this point, the fact that he occupied half of the greatest times on the all-time list proved the record was more than doable at this point. But he was just going to need the perfect day for him. Perhaps at the 1996 Olympic Games? Sadly, no, but he would still run 43.49 and even went on to run a jaw-dropping 1932 in the 200 to obliterate the previous world record there. Well, what about 1997? Not there either, but he still would take the gold at the World Championships. 1998 looked like a promising year given he ran 43.76, 43.96, and 43.68 all back to back, but he just couldn't quite bring out that relay energy in the open four. Johnson was slowly running out of years as he entered his 30s, as most athletes in this event tend to peak arguably earlier, but he somehow had more in the tank. Even though his 1999 season looked relatively normal for him in both events, he would pull out the biggest wild card at the World Championships because his gap on the final straightaway was so massive that it simply had to be a record at this point.
That was what I wanted to do based on how it was going to go in the plan, but I wanted to give it my best shot, and I felt like I did. So all through that 400, it felt like what you knew it was going to be. I felt like the key was going to be hitting my first 200 at about 21, and I felt like when I got to 200, okay, you've done what you're supposed to do. You know how to go home, so take it home from here. Well, we love you for 6 years of consistency, but congratulations on tonight. All right.
At 31 years of age, Johnson's wheels still somehow ran faster than they had ever before, as he would finally tackle down Butch Reynolds' mark after countless attempts on August 26, 1999, running 43.18. Johnson was already considered the best sprinter in the world at this point, but this was the cherry on top to what would be one of the best careers ever seen in athletics. And he would occupy 14 out of the top 20 spots in the 400 single-handedly. The main question that rang in everyone's minds, however, was, is sub 43 possible now? Or rather, will we ever even see a once-in-a-lifetime athlete like Johnson ever again? After all, the record was at the point where it would take such an athlete to break it now. For a while, the answer was no, and like Reynolds' record, it stood the test of time one year after another. The 2000s came, and even the 2010s a bit. However, a kid from South Africa showed tremendous potential in his first couple of years, but it goes without saying that not a single human could have seen the meteoric rise in his improvement that would be remembered by millions today. His name? Wade Van Niekerk. Hailing from Kraaifontein, South Africa, Van Niekerk's sprinting origins became a sight to see when he became the fastest man in South Africa over 200 meters at just the age of 18. He wasn't someone who raced too often, especially internationally, but by 2012, he showcased a level of talent in the four, running 46.43. These couple 400s, however, appeared to garner a level of attachment from Van Niekerk, as he abandoned the 200 entirely in 2013 to strictly race the quarter, and had even qualified for the 2013 World Championships. Being knocked out of the heats, the prodigy would go home without a proper taste test of elite competition, but he stubbornly stuck with the 400, knowing that this was his true athletic identity. 2014 did show some substantial peaks in his career, placing second in the New York Grand Prix with a 44.38 and a silver medal at the Commonwealth Games running 44.68, but he struggled to replicate the speed for the rest of the season. After a few local meet performances in 2015, no one really knew what Van Niekerk would bring to the table. But a win at the New York Grand Prix, followed by a sub-44 win in Paris, was probably not on people's 400-meter bingo cards. With a free ticket to Beijing, Van Niekerk would make it to the finals where he had never been before. And with the chance to race against the best in the world all at once, this brought out a side of him that no one had ever witnessed.
Coming out hard on the outside, the Sean Merritt losing ground, but it's going to be Van Niekerk. South Africa win. Behind at the time, 43.47. Well, Merritt just behind there, and Karate James is shell-shocked. Well, I think he's got the lactic acid problem while they see a big light. It's funny. Taken off the track on a stretcher. They spoke all the time about leaving it all on the track. Yeah, right. I think we can safely say the weight did that.
A 43.48, a half-second personal best, and best of all, a gold medal for South Africa. In just a single year, Van Niekerk had gone from a solid 400 runner that could maybe make the finals at a world championship race to running one of the fastest times ever recorded and securing a gold medal along the way. This was an aptly timed moment in his career to gear up for Rio 2016, because with it only being 1 year away, he could very well hang on to this level of fitness and momentum. For his build-up to Rio, he played it much more conservatively than previous seasons. He raced a couple local 200s, a couple local 400s, and partook in a couple Diamond League races to scope out his competition. On paper, it seemed like he was primed to take another gold home, but many were concerned about something else. Something that only comes out once a year from Van Niekerk, and that's when you put him in the finals at the world stage. Something truly magical happens. So excited.
Pampers Swaddlers Keep Dry Liner keep baby comfortably dry.
Three is where the record stands today. Not only that, but he ran this time in lane 8 out of all things. A lane where, while perhaps physiologically easier, is mentally tougher since you can't gauge your competition until the final stretch. This was one of the most unorthodox records set in sprinting history, and the times that followed were just as absurd too. A 400-meter race this deep truly may never occur again, but Van Niekerk may have a shot at breaking 43 in the coming years, given how young he is. At least, that's what people thought. But with high highs come low lows, and Van Niekerk's lows put him out of commission for about 3 years. In a celebrity rugby game, Van Niekerk would suffer an injury to his knee That, while innocuous at first guess, turned into a dual ACL and meniscus tear, something that would require surgery as soon as possible. He had attempted to return to competition in 2019, but his training put him back to square one, and it wouldn't be all the way until 2020 where he was back on the track. All things considered, his racing looked generally fine, and by the next year, he had qualified for the Tokyo Olympics. Sadly, he was knocked out of the semifinals, but at the World Championships, he would show some slight return to form, placing fifth at the 2022 World Championships. As it currently stands for Niekert, his 2023 season does look to be the most promising we've seen in half a decade. But as we've seen before, he tends to shine the brightest when the whole world is watching. So many will be looking forward to his performance at the 2023 World Championships held in Budapest. The 400 meters and 440 yards record history was one of the quickest changing events in the record-breaking scene. It was as if an athlete wasn't allowed to dominate the event for more than a couple years, or in some cases, much less than that. However, the event became so incredibly optimized and happened to attract some of the best athletes to ever live that the record would stagnate for over a decade on multiple occasions. If anything, we may be in that era again where one-lap fans may have to wait for their precious sub 43 to ever be achieved. But if there's a pattern we've seen thus far, it's that this record won't stand forever, and for the next person to break it, they'll likely be breaking the last legendary barrier in this brutal, legendary event. This is the world record progression of the 400 meters, and thanks for watching. Thank you to all of my patrons for supporting the channel, and if you want to support the channel for more track and field content like this, come on over and become a patron. Drop a sub, and check out my other links below. I'll see you on whatever video I upload next, and take care.
Seriously? Stop stealing my lines. Whatever. Oh, you got no nerve. Get back here. Can't believe people like this exist. What a jerk. This sucks. Lost all that hits. I need to get out the bag fast. Nice. I'll take care of it.
The mile. We've all done at least one of these in our lives, whether it's a walk in the park, your hometown, or that one gym class you tried to avoid, but couldn't because it was a part of your grade. The distance has become the building blocks for how most people understand the sport of running. The event has somewhat faded into obscurity ever since the metric mile or 1500-meter run became the primary staple, as given every other event follows the metric system. It only seemed logical for championships like the Olympics and other prestigious events to incorporate this race permanently. Despite this fact, the mile has a full and rich enough history that dates back much longer than you may think, and its progression, rivalries, and barriers are some of the most astonishing feats that grace the athletics era today. Let's go back a few centuries to where it all started and get into the world record progression of the mile. The origins of the mile race date back a few hundred years ago, but the documentation or validity of them is obscenely scarce. The term racing wasn't used back then as much, as it was more so referred to the act of pedestrianism, where more often than not, people would partake in races, primarily long distance walking, where they would try to win themselves or other people money depending on who partook in the gambling. Our first athlete goes by the name of James Parrott, a costermonger that sold fruits and vegetables in central London. He wagered a bet of a few guineas that he could run a 4-minute mile through the streets of London with a very specific route in mind. Parrott had allegedly successfully ran this 4-minute mile and had received his guineas. Skeptics understandably remained as such since this claim lacks plenty of nuance regarding how this record was actually timed or measured, and especially how vague 4 minutes as a final time is. This wasn't the only instance of an 18th century man betting on his talent to break the 4-minute barrier, as a man simply denoted as Howell had wagered a 1,000 guinea bet to do the same thing, but came in finishing at 4 minutes and 3 seconds. A decade later, another man under one name, Weller, had become the one to fulfill the goal, winning 3 guineas. The same suspicions remain, but it's certainly an interesting thought to entertain that your average working man in the 1700s would have been running 4-minute miles to make some extra money. To kick off the 19th century, a man by the name of Captain Barclay was known for his phenomenal feats of pedestrianism, walking over 100 miles in a single day. One source, however, refers to a much faster endeavor where he faced off against a man named John Ireland. With 500 guineas on the line, Barclay split a tired out Ireland by 3/4 in and finished the mile in a time of 4 minutes 50 seconds, a much more believable time for the era. In terms of more well-documented times, at least according to the popular English newspaper Bell's Life, an article reports a time 20 seconds faster than Barclay's, as a race between two men eventually resulted in one by the name of James Metcalf as the winner, running 4 minutes 30 seconds. William Matthews was credited with a time of 4 minutes 38 seconds on July 2nd, 1849, but the article goes on to say that it could have been running well under 4.5. Similar circumstances can be said about the man he raced against, Charles Westall, as on July 26th, 1852. He was allotted a time of 4 minutes 30 seconds and something under, which again makes it rather difficult to deduce what times he was reported to have run. On July 12th, 1858, Thomas Hospel would appear in the British scene as the first man to run a properly timed mile, as in a race against Job Smith. He finished to a roaring crowd and a new record of 4 minutes 23 seconds. The record would stop falling drastically after this, but plenty of new names in the upcoming years would surface very quickly, and pedestrianism would begin to see a massive climb in popularity from a participant and spectator point of view. On October 27, 1860, Sia Allison went up against William Lang in a nail-biter race where Allison clutched out not only for the win, but beat the mile record by 3/4 of a second as well. Lang would eventually redeem himself a few years later, taking the mile record down a second on July 11th, 1863, and then Edward Mills securing a record of his own on April 23rd, 1864. One of the larger drops in the record, however, would be shared between pedestrian William Richards and William Lang again, with a time of 4:17:25 on August 19th, 1865. The reason why they shared the record was because the two men finished so close to each other that the judge ruled it as a dead heat or a tie, crediting both men with the record. With the 4:20 barrier broken, the record had gone uncontested for over a decade, but another William would be on the come up, William Cummings, securing a 4:18.5 mile time. Then on May 14th, 1881, the 16-year-old record would be broken by Cummings, running 4:16.2. Our last record within the heart of England would be finished off by legendary English runner Walter George, running 4:12.75, a near 4-second drop in the record. He had actually called his shot years ago, telling his friends that he would run a 4:12 mile and would fulfill this prophecy perfectly to cement himself as the best 19th century English runner ever. With 4:12 the current world standard and the sport of running slowly becoming an international phenomenon, there was one and only one wall to break that everyone wanted to grab at, and that was the elusive and quite possibly obtainable sub 4-minute mile. The concept of a sub 4-minute mile had been teased before, but with the record halted at 4:12 for well over a decade, believers of the legendary barrier had seen more promising days, and it was looking questionable whether or not we would see a sub 4:10 mile anytime soon. One key event would happen that would completely revamp the way track and field operated, and not only would the sport begin to explode in popularity, but this would also mean other countries would get involved, and they wanted a shot at making history themselves. The International Amateur Athletics Federation, aka the IAAF, or now referred to as World Athletics, was created in the summer of 1912 following the Olympics of that year. Up until this point, athletics never had a governing body to regulate the rules, facilities, but most importantly, the actual times themselves. The current world record, like we mentioned before, was 412.75 by Walter George, but the first ratified record by the IAAF would be set by John Paul Jones on May 31st, 1913. Following right up would be the first world record that was also an IAAF record, as Norman Tabor had beaten Walter George's time for the first time in 29 years, running 412.6 on July 6, 1915. With the Federation to take care of track and field by providing more structure to the sport as a whole, this allowed milers from all around the world to get their name out there, and the British were now going to have their work cut out for them, but so were the Americans as well. In 1920, Paavo Nurmi from Finland, deemed the Flying Finn, won 4 medals at the Olympic Games in Antwerp, securing 3 gold medals in the 10,000 meters, cross-country race, and the team cross-country race. Nurmi was not a miler at all. In fact, he claimed to have never even trained for the mile, but still managed to run a 4:13.9 in Stockholm in 1921, and would swing at the record once again a year later. In a time trial organized in Stockholm, sources pointed out that he wanted to run a more evenly paced race to take the record, but his plan had fallen apart within the first lap, running under a minute for the first quarter and coming through the half mile at around 2:03. After dropping his opponent, Edmund Wide, the Flying Finn stormed through the last lap to take the record by over 2 seconds, finishing at 4:10.4. Nurmi would go on to become the most decorated athlete in Swedish history. Over a decade had gone by since world records became officially tracked, and while we're seeing a bit more diversity throughout milers, the record had only fallen twice within a 10-year span, leaving the next 10-second oriented barrier out in the open. It wouldn't even be another 8 years until Frenchman Jules Umamasume broke the 4:10 barrier for the first time on October 4th, 1931, running 4:09.2. This record, thankfully, would kickstart it to fall much more often this decade, as a different country was breaking the record every couple of years. Jack Lovelock was the first Kiwi from New Zealand to snag the record, running 4:07.6, and Glenn Cunningham and Cindy Wooderson would lower it a tad more with 4:06.8 and 4:06.4 respectively. The 1930s was the most active decade by far, and a true shift in momentum for the record to start falling down a reasonable amount. But with the end of World War II, this would sadly put an abrupt halt or an outright dismissal of some running careers. But one country had 2 athletes that sparked an intense rivalry that no one could contest, with an even larger twist to go along with it. Let's delve into what I like to call the Swedish invasion. The Swedish had a couple athletes that had the potential to threaten the record, Edmund Wide being the earliest of the Swedes, but none had been able to fully bring the record back to their country. 2 young men that were able to train together had realized that they could push each other to not only work towards the record, but perhaps towards the forbidden sub-4-minute mile. Let's start with a man by the name of Gunder Haig. Gunder Haig began to show his talent for running at the age of 17 and had a fairly experimental and field-based training style, utilizing the recently devised method of fartleks. Fartleks is a training method created by bronze decathlete Gustav Malmere, where he had his athletes run in variations between faster than race pace and jogging. This vague description of training is a more self-psychological method of race workouts, as it relies on the runner themselves to control their fast and slow paces without the use of any direct measurements. And back then, runners would breeze through the woods and tackle hills of all sorts to maximize running variety, and his older teammate had a somewhat similar style too. Arne Andersson saw fantastic success early in his distance running career as well, grabbing a Swedish mile title at the age of 18 and trained plenty in the forest like his friendly rival, but would eventually capitalize on the speed side of things much more when he became a teacher down the line. Running 4:08 in Stockholm in 1941, Andersson was just a couple seconds shy of the record already, but Haig was one, or quite a few steps ahead, as he set the new world record in the 1500 just a month after Andersson's mile time, running 3:47.6, the equivalent to a 4:05.8 mile. On July 1st, 1942, Haig and Andersson would race in Göteborg, Sweden, both in top shape to run a blistering fast time. Haig would be the one to finish over Andersson with a new world record of 4:06.1, and Andersson finishing in just 0.3 seconds behind. Andersson would attempt to break the record again in Stockholm, but just about tied the record instead. Haig would begin to take off a couple months later to run 4:04.6 on September 4th, 1942, separating himself quite a bit from the rest of the pack. Haig had garnered support from the Americans and was renowned as Gunder the Wonder. They wanted to see the world's best miler in person, and Haig wanted to show the people over in America how to really run the mile. This spurred an idea for Haig to travel to the States, but it wasn't going to be smooth sailing by any means. At the time, the most efficient way for Haig to safely get to the U.S. was to board a merchant ship called the Saturnus. It would take about a month through this method, so he was going to need to find a way to stay in shape in the meantime. The ship apparently had a roughly 70-meter passageway that was only usable during stable sea conditions. It shouldn't come as a surprise that 25 days later, Haig was in shaky aerobic condition on arrival, and his first race in the States would coincidentally be up against another elite runner who had been at sea for a while too. Winning in a subpar 5,000-meter time of 14:48, Haig needed a few weeks if he wanted to really get back to his roots, and to maybe lower the mile record once more. You can imagine the stress and exhaustion Haig was under, especially since he had been told that Anderson beat his record by a second on July 1st, 1943, running 4:02.6, just 2.5 seconds from the 3:59 mile. Haig was still struggling quite a bit to get back in world record shape, as while he was still beating America's finest, the competition wasn't intense enough to get him those last few seconds despite being in relatively good racing shape again. Haig returned home by 1943 and was flown back to Sweden this time, but wouldn't begin serious training until January 1944. Just months after his return to his home country, Haig had broken the 1500-meter record running 3:43.0, which is equivalent to a 4 flat .8 mile. With this type of confidence back, Haig decided to try and contest Anderson for the mile, but just fell shy, as Anderson would take the new world record of 4:01.6 on July 18, 1944. He would also go on to beat Haig in almost every race they partook in for the year of 1944. There was one race that Haig would have a better chance at taking the record, but he needed another year to prepare for him, and it was going to be the closest mile race to date. The Swedish duo would race once again on July 17, 1945, at the Malmo Mile. Haig was not only back to business, but Anderson was the one who had a title to defend rather than chase. The pace wasn't holding back in the slightest, as they took the first 440 yards out in 56.5 and 62.7 for the second lap, coming through 880 yards and 159.2. With the pacemaker gone and the Swedes left to compete, Haig had trudged on to take the lead going into the last lap as they passed the 3/4 mile mark at 3:01, meaning they needed a sub 59-second lap to break 4. Apparently, Anderson had stepped on the cartridge shell from the starting gun that was left over and struggled to stay stride for stride with Haig. And as the last 100 meters closed in, Haig was able to fend his teammate off to secure the new world record of 4:01.4. Haig and Anderson single-handedly brought the world record down by 5 seconds in just 3 years, and they had plenty more in the tank to keep pushing the record down. Unfortunately, the two men would see the end of their careers much faster than anyone could have thought, as the IAAF had banned them from competing any further due to violations within the federation, particularly the notion of receiving payments for their running efforts, something that goes against the very nature of an amateur status. This was a heartbreaking stop to the most exciting era in the mile that had the potential to keep going. Some men had run 4:04 or 4:03 in the following years, but the record just didn't feel even remotely threatened unless it was Haig or Anderson stepping on that line. The road to sub 4 was a reality now, but perhaps still a dream that only one man could fulfill. And that man's name may have just been Roger Bannister. Oreo Cakesters, go! But make it fun. You are doing go away.
I will become a nightingale of this realm. By the sun and stars we will prevail. My ascent begins, and I shall never falter.
Fairies reveal much. Don't worry.
By drawing upon the films of the living, we have the chance to recall them into being.
Like masquerade in the night.
I teach and that. I am the star that lights the way. Stardust to ashes. I see lifetimes of darkness and beauty.
Roger Bannister from Great Britain was a supreme talent in distance running as early as the age of 12, winning a junior cross-country race with very minimal training. Another example is when he attended the Oxford Freshman Mile at age 17, running a time of 4:53, and again, was only training 2 days a week, one of those days being the race itself. Committing to Oxford for medicine, Bannister would eventually find time to start running a bit more seriously in 1947, bringing his mile time down nearly 30 seconds in a single year, but couldn't find anyone to coach him, nor did he seem quite fond of international competition due to a lack of preparation. Fast forward to 1949, Bannister's mile time had fallen to 4:11. With a focus on the 800 temporarily in 1950, his mile time would halt briefly, but would begin to fall again once he began training for the 1952 Olympics, running 409.9, 408, and then 407.8 to win a AAA title. As the Olympics came around, Bannister did a three-quarters mile time trial to prepare for his 1500-meter race, and reports claim his time was 252.9, which could very well support the potential of running a sub-4-minute mile. Not being prepared to run two heats of 1500 meters, Bannister placed fourth at the Olympics and went back to the cutting board. Meanwhile, an Australian runner by the name of John Landy had been the first man since the Swedes to truly flirt with under 4 minutes, running 4:02.1 in Melbourne. Bannister, understandably worried, knew he needed to take his training to the next level, and after breaking the British record in 1953 and doing it again in a time trial running 4:02, he knew at this point he had to consult someone and maybe bring along some company too. In late 1953, Ron Stample would be the coach Bannister felt comfortable with training him, especially when Stample proposed the concept of interval training to him, something that would eventually become a staple of distance running. The workout in question was incredibly straightforward: 10 repetitions of one lap around a 440-yard track with 2 minutes recovery. This workout was done multiple times a week to really cement that muscle memory of running sub 60-second laps, and he would be training with two other men for a change too: Chris Chataway and Chris Brasher. 66 seconds per lap was the starting point to test the waters, but Bannister would eventually work down to 61 seconds. He would run into his first notable plateau, however, as future sessions would result in no further progress toward performing these at under 4-minute pace. Taking a trip to the mountains of Scotland to de-stress and readjust, Bannister came back with a fresh mind and a fresh pair of legs, it seemed, as he was clicking off 58.9 seconds on average for his 10x440s now. With a proper taper and a couple time trials following shortly after, the stage was set at Oxford University, the place where it all started. May 16th, 1954, the date many were looking forward to. Brasher and Chataway ready to go to help with pacing, Bannister focused and prepped as he could ever be, and the weather miraculously clearing up despite obscene conditions earlier. If there was a day to pull it off before Landy got his hands on it, it had to be today. The first lap looked like any other race for Bannister: smooth, patient, and full of running. Coming through the first quarter at 57.5, the pace was swift, yet calculated as Bannister's training had been. The pace would even out a bit to come through the half mile at around the 158 mark, so the plan was going very well. After the half mile, Chris Chataway took the lead to take Bannister through the third lap, and they were just shy of the 3-minute mark they had planned. 3:04. This meant that Bannister would need a sub 60-second lap, a situation he had prepared day in and day out, doing the 10x440 repeats his coach had him do, and now was the time to see if its purpose would truly pull through when it mattered the most, and to make human history at the track that built him up to this very moment.
Up to the finishing line. Time 3 minutes, 59.4 seconds. Entering the 4-minute mile, the Everest of athletic achievement.
I'm very glad to have done it in Oxford, because this is the track on which I ran my first mile race in my life, about 7 years ago when I first came out to Oxford. And I'm very glad that it has come from England in the end.
Roger Bannister had become the first man in history to have run a mile in under 4 minutes. 3:59.4 was the time that was confirmed between every referee and was a number that echoed throughout the world. Gunderhagen and Arne Andersson were certainly the pioneers of cornering the record down to its last few seconds in the 4-minute zone, but Roger Bannister was the one to truly close it out. We can't forget about his rival though, John Landy. That was just as close, if anything, closer to Bannister at one point towards the barrier, and if you were to predict a future record for him, you would be correct, as he too would run under 4 minutes for the mile and set a new world record just 2 weeks later, running 3:58.0. These would be the last two records from the lads that made 1954 a magical year, but it would be a complete dishonesty to not even include a more enthralling race between both Bannister and Landy at the Empire Games in August 1954. But it was more than just two men racing a mile. Some would call this race a miracle mile.
best pilot in the world, made me bring the very most out of myself. He's a very great runner. It's a privilege to run in that race. No excuse. I couldn't lead him under the circumstances, and he just out-kicked me in that final 70 or 80 yards, and that was all there was to it. I'm very pleased that we both were able to take 4 minutes. It's a good, clean race, and it definitely went to the better man on the day.
Now that distance running's most prominent barrier had been broken, the gates were flooded with runners breaking the 4-minute barrier, as 3 men in the same race in 1955 ran 3:59, and 4 more men broke it in 1956. This trend continued smoothly into the next year, and British runner Derek Evenson would eye up the record with a 3:58.4 in Glasgow, and then exactly 2 weeks later, broke the record in London with a time of 3:57.2 on July 19, 1957. A little over a year later, one of the most consistent milers in history had finally been able to nab the world record amidst his 36 consecutive mile wins, as Herb Elliott broke the world record by 2.7 seconds with a time of 3:54.5 on August 6, 1958, along with another runner, Merv Lincoln, going under in 3:55.9. Elliott's record was the biggest jump in IAAF history, but he would abruptly retire 2 years later at the very young age of 22 to pursue a career in business. So the record was lowered significantly and then left alone for someone else to take over. Over the next few years, no miles would be performed under the 3:56 mark. In fact, almost all of 1958's notable mile times were composed from that race alone, and come another few years, no one was coming close. In their defense, it was insane for the record to fall that harshly in one single race, so perhaps a bit more time was necessary for athletes to properly develop their training plans to rival the raw talent Elliott exemplified. The next world record for the mile would be broken on a grass track. Fellow Kiwi Peter Snell broke the record in Wanganui with a time of 3:54.4 and then ran 3:54.1 in Auckland 2 years later.
Stretch now at 30,000 roaring spectators, encouraging Snell on as he comes down the goal straight. Snell, a roar, he comes up towards the finishing time and goal. 3:54.1, a new world record. 3:54.1, and Tokyo again as the 3 place winners in the 1500 metres show together. It's Peter Snell, John Davies, Joseph Ottendale, and the crowd simmers with the excitement.
Akin to Elliott, Snell retired shortly after his record alongside obtaining 2 gold medals at the 1964 Olympics. French runner Michel Jezi would see his first world record after running 2 phenomenal miles in a single week span with 3:55.5 and 3:53.6 for a fantastic PR and a fresh world record to go along with it. Jezi's record, on the other hand, was in a scary situation already with 2 men just tenths of a second away, with Swedish runner Jürgen May clocking in at 3:53.8 and American James Ryan a tenth of a second under May. Both of them were now national record holders, but Ryan was able to bounce back in 1966 at the All-American Invitational in Berkeley with a time of 3:51.3, a 2.3 seconds improvement. If there's a pattern we've seen a few times by now, it's that when an athlete breaks a record, they end up breaking it again, and Ryan would lower the time 2/10 of a second more just a year later on June 23rd, 1967.
Accelerate, looking around the turn. The attack battle on its feet is Jim Ryan, pounds per hole. Go.
Another grand jump had been made in the mile, and it didn't come as a shock that the world record halted for a couple of years, and then a couple years more. Suddenly, the mile had gone its longest time without a record since Roger Bannister's 3:59. This is where the brief but fascinating story of Filbert Bayi comes into play. Filbert Bayi grew up in a small village in Tanzania, Karatu to be specific. The village sits at around 1,500 meters, which is considered pretty efficient for altitude training, although this was something that hadn't been thoroughly investigated or experimented with at the time. What possibly helped even more was that according to a newspaper report, Bayi was running 8 miles to and from school. By age 19, He had qualified for his first Olympic Games in both the 1500 meter and 3000 meter steeplechase and built up a very respectable resume the very next year in the 1500 meters. What put him in headlines was his legendary 1500 meter win at the Commonwealth Games in Christchurch, where he defeated just about all of the best 1500 meter runners out of nowhere and set the new world record in the event too. Why he was able to capitalize on this momentum and took Ryan's 1500 meter and mile world record now, beating it by 1/10 of a second on May 16, 1975. Months later, the man right behind Miley during that very race, John Walker, would evidently be the one to break the 350 barrier for the first time in history, running 349.4 on August 12, 1975. Another 10-second barrier had been broken, and a fair bit faster than the 410 to under 4 barrier nonetheless. We've seen countries from all around the world bring it to this point, from the United States all the way to Tanzania, a fair bit of Sweden, and some Australians and Kiwis to sprinkle in too. But now I'd like to take a trip back down memory lane to a time where there was one, and only one country who had an utter stronghold on the event for over a century, and now they were back in full swing to take the record down farther than it ever got before. That's right, the British are back.
At the University of Arizona Global Campus, we are proud to offer over 50 career-focused online programs to a fierce community of Wildcats from around the globe. Proud to be UATC. Learn more at uatc.edu.
Try some Pathfinder to do this.
The challenge with Sun Pathfinder is done #1 in new vehicle quality.
This Father's Day, Dick's have the gifts done really wants. Keep it looking good with Tummies on and Nike. Get summer ready with top things from Walter Hagen, David, and Getty. Plus cool good with trading cards and more. Every Father's Day starts at Dick's.
The two men in question that took the athletics world by storm are Sebastian Coe and Steve Aved. Both are of very similar age and have even competed against each other as early as high school, but strangely enough, this would be one of the few times they would ever compete against each other in the coming years, and would really ever interact with each other. Let's just say that Coe and Aved are very different characters. Coe grew up to be a prominent runner in his early teens. What was fairly unique to his training was that it was crafted by his father, Peter Coe, an engineer that has Sebastian focus more heavily on a regimen that consisted of high-intensity, low-volume training. Coe's focus in his starting days was mainly on the 800, as he won the European Indoor Championships in 1977 and secured a bronze medal at the Outdoor European Championships. He's calm, prefers the front-line races, and is generally considered to be a crowd pleaser and cordial to the press at events. If there was a wild card in the 70s and 80s for mid-distance running, it had to be Steve Aved, breaking the junior 800-meter record in 1974 and winning AAA titles 3 years in a row. The young superstar was a mid-distance tank that preyed on letting others take the lead and closing it out when it mattered the most. He even kept up with the world's best at the age of 20, at the Olympics placing fifth in the 800, but started to pick up steam in the 1500 as a couple years went by as well. His training consists of brute forcing triple-digit mile weeks and capitalizing off his aerobic fitness with more neuromuscular workouts to have the legs ready by race day. He can also be quite the crowd pleaser at events, but when it comes to the press, he prefers to be left alone and very seldom engages in interviews. While Aved had the earlier start in his international career, both performances had exploded in 1979, taking the world record in 3 events in the span of 6 weeks. First in the 800, then the mile, then the 1500.
In the true sense of the word, no, because I'm not that ready. This is the fourth mile in that many years. It's one a year for me. So really, it's talk about the experience of the mile. No, but obviously this time, means something.
Ovid's 800 time had virtually stagnated by this year, but he would finally find his stride and confidence in the 1500 mile. And on July 1st, 1980, Ovid had broken Coe's record with a time of 3:48.8. The interesting thing about the two was that they almost never appeared at races together. It was either they ran the same event, but not at the same venue, or they ran at the same venue, but not the same event. In fact, one article notes that Coe had an Ovid avoidance clause associated with some sort of contract. The dynamic between the two had them competing strictly for numbers and almost never through placing, and it seemed they preferred to keep it that way. On August 19th, 1981, the fastest mile race in history would be hosted at Zurich. There would be two British men in particular who stepped up to the line, but it wouldn't be Coe and Ovid for a change. Coe was present, but another British runner, Steve Cram, had been slowly climbing the ranks of the mile ladder, landing himself at number 7 overall, and John Walker, the previous record holder, was looking to take his title back too. Out in 56:13, the race was taken out pretty reasonably. The second split came through somewhat evenly too, as a nice 57:37 lap would have them at the half mile in 1:53:59. The pack was still relatively close all things considered, but lap 3 would immediately separate the men from the boys. Cram had led the race the whole time up until this point, but suddenly fell apart harshly back to the crowd, leaving Coe and Kenya runner Mike Poix to see what they had in the last lap, as with a 2:51 3/4 in, a 57-second lap was going to be necessary to break the record. Sebastian Coe broke the record once again with a time of 3:48.53. There were now 7 men under 350, so the air was thick with milers hungry for a spot of stardom. But before Coe could even enjoy his time at the top once more, this would end up happening just the very next weekend.
As Ben fades, Robinson takes it up. 1:53.59 to 2 laps.
Steve Ovid took the record from Coe, finishing in 3:48.40. To make things even more eerie, Coe and Ovid's races came through the half-mile mark at exactly 1:53.59, which means they finished quite similarly too. These two were in sync by all statistical grounds possible, but still couldn't be farther apart at the same time. Ovid finished with relief and clarity with the second and hopefully comfortable record that Coe couldn't grasp at, but he wouldn't be given more than 2 days until Coe traveled to Brussels to end the mile rivalry once and for all with this time.
Very happy in front. Go in second place. The time is down. That is astonishing. 33 seconds inside of that time. This is a great breaking by Byers. Is that enough? Cole left in front. And it's got to go. Point in second place. And let's slow down. 2:51 just outside the
3:47:33. An entire second was dropped even after all the back and forth from them dropping it just by mere tenths. Ko won at the last lap, and he got exactly what he wanted. Ahmed was not able to pursue his career in track and field in the coming years due to health issues and consistent injuries, but if it weren't for him and the intense rivalry he shared between Ko, the mile really would have not dropped as fast as it did in that short amount of time. Ko would retire with a couple gold medals, a European Championship title, and tons of other high placements that solidified him as the best mid-distance runner to ever live at this point. To end the British saga, Steve Cramp came out of nowhere after being injured in 1984 and came back to the Olympic Games for a second place to Ko. But as for who would truly finish with the fastest mile, Cramp would be the Brit to hold the flag nice and high for the rest to see.
It's the Charles of Fred, Central South America. 8 is Fred, assigned to Miss Walker. 1:53.8. The time of the race. 2:53.14. Goes time, it's under it. Go, pick up a fast pace like this. And Brannon's going away. He's now 5 meters clear. And Cole, he's hit. And Cole relaxing, he's over the crowd. Is away and done. And the world champion, the European champion, the Commonwealth champion, the world record over the 1500 meters. Majestically, goes sliding away. This time, is it to break the world record? Yes, it is. 3:46.3. The Toilet second goes there, shot more. Mile 5, 46, split 7. The Norway to a field in this box so early. And Brown right away from there. And suddenly, for the whole world record holder, well, he knew his days were numbered.
3:46:32 was the new mark Steve Cramp left for the rest of the world to conquer, but come the beginning of the 90s, and only one other athlete would run 3:46, Said Aouida of Morocco in 1987, with the rest of the times being in the 3:49s. World record culture for distance races had been seeing better days, as they had slowly been diminishing in general by the 90s, as the 1500 stagnated in 1985, only a single record in the 3,000 meter steeplechase in the 80s, and the 5,000 meters halted in 1987. The 90s were looking to be a bleak moment in the track and field record books, where the shift went from races going guns blazing from the start to a more tactical approach where races were looking for first places and nothing more. These records were also maybe just hitting their breaking point too, and with almost no new milers on the rise, and the growing popularity of the metric mile, who was going to take the next step? Noureddin Morselli is a mid-distance runner hailing from Algeria. At age 7, he took astute appreciation for his older brother, Abderrahmani Morselli, when he saw him place 4th at the 1500-meter World Cup behind Steve Aubin. Noureddin took heavy inspiration and showcased massive potential in his junior years, running 3:40:41 for 1500 meters in 1988 at just the age of 18 and placing 2nd at the World Junior Championships in the same event. By 1989, he had enrolled at the Riverside Community College and dropped his time a few more seconds in the 1500 meters and ran the mile once to now the sub-4. Lastly, in 1992, he broke the 1500-meter world record after a close attempt, but the mile was going to be a bit harder to shake for him. 1993 was the year where Morselli recognized his potential to become the undisputed mid-distance king. Winning every 1500-meter race, he entered yet again with the World Championship title in Stuttgart. Coming hot off his second World Championship title, Morselli decided he wanted a chance at beating Steve Cramp's insane 3:46:32. First attempt, Berlin. He came just half a second short at 3:46:78, but had another race scheduled the week after in Brussels, 3:47:30. A second shy, and a tad slower. Morselli wasn't favoring the race conditions for these attempts, but a third time just might be the charm he needs on his side to manage both the metric and imperial mile records simultaneously.
Noureddin Morselli, ed è impegnato, sciolto, speriamo che il vento non arricci, ormai 100 metri da conclusione, 3:29:57, correzione al 5 posto, non troppo male affidato, siamo, è primato del mondo, 3:46:32, davanti al primato del mondo, 3:44:38, qui non c'è vento che tenga, grande primato del mondo, ha cancellato un big grande di quasi 2 secondi, 3:46:32, il primato di Oslo, Tullio
3:44:39. A near 2-second drop. It almost didn't seem believable to drop the record this much at this point in time, where training methods were slowly becoming more and more optimized. But Morselli wanted to make sure that if he wanted to set the record in the mile, he He wanted to do it in a way where no single athlete could touch him. At least, that's what he had hoped would be the case. Moroccan running at the elite level was a rarity, with very few top runners present in the sport's history. Despite this, the country still had Said Aouida, who held the world record in the 1500 for 7 years and had the fastest mile time in Morocco by a massive 8 seconds. In the mid-90s, a complete anomaly just like Aouida entered the scene, with an improvement rate no one had ever seen before. And his training was rumored to be so gruesomely difficult that it would be almost impossible for anyone to train with him for a few days. This man went by the name of Isham El Garouj. Isham El Garouj, a man that an athlete as prestigious as Said Aouida would predict to have the most potential at becoming the best 1500-meter runner ever seen. Leaving his parents at the age of 16 to join the National Institute of Athletics in Rabat, El Garouj had placed third at his first international track race in Korea, running 13:46 in the 5,000 meters. Spending another year within the cross-country realm, El Garouj eventually made the permanent shift to track and field with more attention to the 1500, where he had already been capable of running 3:33 and 3:53 for the mile at the age of 20. In 1996, he began racing even more and had qualified for his first Olympics. With the world-leading time for that year, El Garouj won both of his heats, but during the finals, he caught himself in what would be one of the most devastating fails in Olympic history.
The man who fell, El Garouj, who was just making a bid for the lead to run with Morcelli when he was stripped up and fell.
With an appetite for redemption, El Garouj was willing to take his training to the next level. Mexican women's team coach Marco Veladiaz had observed and reported El Garouj's training. Most of the workouts he reported make logical sense by most training standards, but some are so outlandish that they can almost be seen as likely misreported. Hill workouts, ladder workouts, fartlegs, all seem just fine and dandy on paper. But Veladiaz also reports that for the aerobic endurance section, he was actively running at 250 to 3 flat or 310 per kilometer for 30 to 45 minutes with 30 more minutes of recovery. Converted to per mile pace, this would mean his aerobic work was 434 to 506 mile pace. Outside of this, his track workouts check out for a world-class miler, doing 2K repeats at 5:10, 1K repeats at 2:30, and of course, the classic 10 by 400 meters workout. These were done at 53 to 54 seconds, and if that didn't sound crazy enough, he was only allowed 30 seconds of rest in between. These workouts were to get him conditioned to the brim for 1500-meter race after another, but our main focus is on the mile, and despite his seldom interest in the event, it was enough to still lead his curiosity towards a world record attempt on July 4th, 1997.
The world record in the mile, 3 minutes, 44.39 seconds, held by Noureddin Morcelli of Algeria, set in 1993. The American record, 3:47.69, owned by Steve Scott. And we have
Tasty Lee, only at Walmart. Taste a bit of elevation in every bite.
instantly and securely across key markets in the U.S., Europe, Asia, and Latin America.
LinkedIn can't make your boss's training less cringy.
Ahoy! Who's ready to talk leadership?
But our AI-powered job search can help you find new roles more relevant to you.
Hard.
The race started out blazing hot. A quick separation formed almost immediately, which is quite uncommon in events this short, but when you realize what their first lap was, it starts to make a bit more sense. 53.74 for the first quarter was insanely fast. A quick adjustment was necessary, and an adjustment there was, as a few men clicked off their second lap at 57.71. A harsh adjustment, sure, but the commentators noted a time of 2:48 for the pacemaker to come through, and El Garouj, poised and disciplined, came through at exactly that time. With just 400 to go, it was time to see if he could bring the mile record to Morocco for the first time ever.
on the left with a metric equivalent, 1,500 meters. You saw he's about 2 seconds off of that world record. To the line he comes. He will miss it by the tiniest of margins, unofficially, 3:44.9.
Unbelievable. The second fastest mile ever run in history easily. And he is, as you say, about 7/10 of a second off the best ever, 6/10 of a second off the world.
Despite a fantastic adjustment after a shocking first lap to come through the 1200 perfectly in 2:48, El Garouche missed the record by half a second. Next year he attempted the same thing, and the time would be 3:44.60, now just 2/10 away. His new world record in the 1500 suspected he could run a 3:42 mile now, but conversions are conversions at the end of the day. With only a couple attempts at the mile a year, the pace would need to be perfect from the start, and on July 7, 1999, things couldn't have looked more perfect because he returned to the very track he set his 1,500-meter world record on.
Of this mile race, there is also a $50,000 prize for anyone who establishes the world record. You just saw Kevin Sullivan.
The pace looked much more patient this time. No rushing through the first 200 meant the following 200 would lead the front pack through the quarter in a nice 55.07. The rest of the field dropped very shortly after, but one runner decided to test the waters a bit to see how long he could keep up with the #1 mid-distance runner in the world. 20-year-old Kenyan Noah Nian ambitiously came through the half mile with El Garouche in 1:51.58, nearly identical to his 1997 attempt. The fearless duo had not shaken each other, but El Garouche maintained his lead and composure to still come through the third lap in that magical 2:48. 2:47.91, though, might have just been enough leeway to give him the breathing room needed to set the new world record, but he could not just seem to shake Nian off. And if anything, the up-and-coming Kenyan only started to inch closer. The crowd was roaring. The youth phenomenon was ready to pull off an upset of a lifetime, and as the two went stride for stride near the end, they might have known they had the record, but they were not sure who was going to get it.
Great Moroccan runner, and sticks close to him coming off the turn with 100 meters to go. He's still there.
Diane trying to boot in on Hickam El Garouche. What's the time? The world record, 3:44.39. They race to the finish line. Hickam El Garouche is going to hang on. He's got a world record, 3:43.12. As a matter of fact, both El Garouche and Diane went under the former world record time.
Hicham El Garouche had fended off Noah Nian at the very last second to take the title back to Morocco with a staggering time of 3:43.13, and Noah Nian also breaking it by over a second with 3:43.40. It is quite possible to assume that this is the best mid-distance race ever performed in track and field history, and it comes as no surprise that Hicham El Garouche continued his resume to eventually retire as the king of middle distance running. The record has not even been remotely threatened since its arrival on that day in 1999. In fact, the fastest mile that was ran in the 2000s was by Alan Webb in 2007 to break Steve Scott's American record. The 90s was just a magical decade in general for the mile, but it was also at the very end of its hyperactive lifespan, as the shift to the 1500 had solidified its welcome, and the mile more so lives on as a Western tradition, occasionally ran by professionals in certain Diamond League events. The mile is a truly magical distance that might have run its course at this point. It's not to say someone can't break the record, but we're more likely to see the 1500-meter one fall just by pure statistical likelihood. The British laid out the foundation for the mile being raced, with legends like Walter George, Sir Roger Bannister, and the fascinating rivalry between Sebastian Coe and Steve Abbott, only for it to be ended out of nowhere by Steve Cram. What could be just as appreciated, however, is the diversity of athletes that follow too, with places like Sweden, New Zealand, Tanzania, Algeria, and Morocco, all working towards one focused goal, even when the mile was on its decline in popularity. Now, all of you are wondering, is a sub-340 mile possible? If record-breaking culture surfaces again, it's something that's at least worth entertaining. But until someone runs 344, 345, or hell, even 346, El Garouche may remain as the king of the mile for years or decades to come. No record is truly safe, so keep your eyes peeled for who may possibly be the new king of the mile throne. But until then, this has been the world record progression of the mile, and thanks for watching. Thank you to all my patrons for supporting the channel, and if you want to support the channel for more documentaries like this, come be a patron. And hey, drop a sub if you're new here too. I'll see you on whatever video I upload next, and take care.
Making every dollar count is important to you, so it's important to Allstate. Drive safe? Congrats, you saved. Drive less? More savings. Multiple vehicles? Savings. If it's important to you, it's important to us. We're in good hands with Allstate.
Participants from over 100 countries. Ross Cassidy from Canada, unstoppable once again. Listen to the home crowd roar for Madison Di Rosario. Martinez Camessa smashes the record. And that's one of the great scenes of the world, isn't it? Sydney Harbour Bridge on this spectacular day. It's a monument of this city, like the Opera House as well. And today we break some new ground because the TCS Sydney Marathon presented by ASICS is now part of the Abbott World Marathon Major. I'm with Kurt Fernley and Tabs Manu. I'm in good company today, and so are you. We are pumped up, aren't we? Hi, guys.
Hi, Bruce.
Kurt, you know this race so well. You've won it about a dozen times. What's the build-up been like?
Oh, this has been a Sydney Marathon like I have never seen before. The vibe of the city has changed. You know that you're in a World Marathon major city. It's been a really great build-up. There's 30,000 odd runners as well who are about to do their first marathon majors here in Sydney.
And Tamsin, what about this elevation, the World Marathon Major? What does it mean?
Oh, it's so special, isn't it? I mean, when you think about marathons, you think about London, Chicago, Boston, Tokyo. And for Sydney, Australia to be joining that illustrious list is just an amazing thing. I think that's why the atmosphere around the town is just so hyped up, because they know how special this is.
So the great athletes, they measure their careers on many things. They measure how many World Marathon Majors they've got. But they've got two of the greatest of all time here today.
We do. We have Eliud Kipchoge and Stefan Hassan, and how incredible to have those two athletes. Those athletes are icons of track and field, and there's nothing that they haven't done, is there? They're Olympic gold medalists, and Hassan, well, she's had a fantastic career, and she has such great range from 1,500 metres to the marathon. She's won Olympic medals in, and she's here in Sydney, Australia, and what can she do today? And Kipchoge, well, he's been brilliant for so long, hasn't he? He's at the back end of his career, but I still think he's in with a really great chance today.
Let's hope he is. Marcella and also Susanna, you've been talking about them all week.
Marcel Hook and Susanna Scaroni. Marcel Hook is the greatest wheelchair athlete that we have ever seen. And Susanna is not far behind him. There isn't a World Marathon Major that they have not won multiple times, except for this one right here. So we'll find out today whether or not they can get the full set in just over 2 hours or so.
In terms of the other thing, it's part of the Australian Championships as well. We've got some terrific athletes running.
We do. We have some fantastic athletes running for Australia, and I'm really looking forward to that women's marathon in particular. Jess Trengro Stenson now and Lisa Waitman, they are going to be really trying to compete with the world elite marathoners. But can they get that Australian record as well? It's a tough course, but it's going to be interesting to see how they go.
I think there's every chance we'll see the fastest marathon by in Australia run here today in Sydney. But the course is tough, Kurt. It is so hard, isn't it? So take us through what the runners and the relays face coming out.
It's an extraordinary course. It's one of the most picturesque that you will find in the world. We start over in North Sydney and you get straight onto the bridge, one of the most iconic images that will be seen around the world. And then head into Darling Harbour. Now, this can be a really technical part of the course. There are a few ups and downs and sharp turns, but this is when you start to feel that heart pumping. As you head up Oxford Street and the into Anzac Parade, that's when you actually get a moment of think. When you start trying to convince yourself that you're not only going to make the 42 kilometres to the finish line, but maybe it's you per minute. You then pass the halfway mark and start to head back to the city. Now, one of the favourite parts bringing into that
perspective. So when you take the right hand turn and pull it up around to take your partner, it is as picturesque as it comes. Now you've got this last 5 kilometres that you're heading to Lake Forest Jam. This is a really short, sharp hill, but the heart is pumping for a kilometre to go as you head the downhill into the finish line. Now the wheelchairs put 70 kilometres an hour coming in, and you're going to take a sharp right hand turn at the finish. So everybody, keep your eyes open, and I hope we put a rope throw in the harbour just in case.
You have 7 hours. So the beautiful city of Sydney has a challenge today. For somebody to make a bit of history, they are going to have to be on top of their game.
Sydney Harbour Bridge, the Sydney Opera House, it's iconic themed in Sydney, and you can just feel that there's a real atmosphere. Kurt was talking about the course just then, and it is a tough course, but being out on the streets leading into this, you can feel that the people are really looking forward to this one, aren't they, Bruce?
Conditions are pretty good, Kurt. Yesterday it was blowing a gale here. That would have been incredibly difficult for the wheelies and for anyone around the town.
Every single position, if I can lay it on to get ready, the thing, extra time, but the chamber.
They're nervous. We're seeing that nervousness almost on the start line now, aren't we?
Yeah, you see them throwing the shoulder over now. They're trying to just become a little bit more flexible. Make sure that you don't want to burn any energy here. You want to just take deep breaths and just get your headspace into a place where you know that you just need to be uncomfortable for the next 2 hours. Really uncomfortable.
It's the formality that the favourites will win the wheelies will not.
Oh, the favourite is Marcel. It's his race to Eagle in all things. But then you'll run the jump and go wheelchair racer. He won New York Marathon last year. I think the actual short, sharp hills will suit Daniel Romanchuk, but he needs to be aggressive. If he's not aggressive, Marcel loses to him.
All we look forward to. Let's go down now to the Welcome to Country.
Morning, Lord Walker. Jeremy Day, Darren London. Jeremy Walker. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the plan, I'd like to welcome you all. I'd like to pay my respects to children, past and present. I'd also like to pay my respects to all Australians and our different cultures in our land. A special mention to our listeners from overseas. Now, people who treated to social community and law, hunting, gathering, getting out of the land and the waterway. Will be relocated to Margaret and James. So once again, a warm welcome. Enjoy the day. Open your own water and marathon. Down the line.
Thank you. So, the scene is set. Sun rising on this special Sunday in Sydney, where athletics and sporting history has been made in this country. Let's start with little dealies. Kurt will mention Susanna, the favourite for the women. He's done it all, hasn't he? I mean, over 30 world marathon majors. It's remarkable. And you, who we think is the greatest of all time, are happy to say that this bloke might be.
Well, I raced Marcel from 2004 to 2018, and he really is. He's been in 2016, and then he's made wheelchair racing his own for the next 9 years. Yeah, and he just keeps winning. He's one of the most efficient wheelchair racers that I've ever known, but he's also just being professional. Everything he's done, it's like clockwork. He just turns up and he's so reliable. But there's some talent here. Daniel Romanchuk, he's the surprise package for me. Josh Cassidy, he's been here before and he won it the last 2 years. Sho Watanabe, a lot of experience in show. Tomoki Suzuki, he spent a lot of time in Australia training before Tokyo and Paris. He's a great young man. But the Kota Hokanui, Jake Blackman, Sam Rizzo, they're our two local, and Bill Chappie, they're our two local heroes. I think Sam Rizzo is a younger athlete. He's only about in his early 20s, but he's really starting to hit a bit of form now, so keep your eye out for Sam.
And the women, Kurt?
Susanna Scaroni is in a league of her own, that is for sure. Eden Rainbow Cooper, she's won a Boston Marathon before. I did get to meet Lyndon Williamson. Now, this is her debut, and that's not a professional marathon series. She's a Texan. I had a conversation with her for 5 minutes, and then she looked at me and said, I didn't understand a word you bloody said. But she's a wonderful young athlete, hard marathon to be in your debut. I'll be keeping an eye out and see how she does.
And one of the things that will be coming up, Tams, is a flying 400 at 9.6k. So for 400 minutes where they really take off. So I haven't witnessed that before in one of these world marathon majors. That's something we're looking forward to.
It's the Dash, and in wheelchair racing, they try and do something different and make sure that they engage the crowd all the way through the course. But we'll bring you back to that.
Let's go back, well, for the first time today to you, Dave Coleman at North Sydney, to introduce the Wheelies.
Let's introduce our field for the TCS Sydney Marathon presented by ASICS, and we're going to start with our elite women wheelchair athletes. Please welcome from the USA, two-time LA Marathon winner, raced here last year, Michelle Wheeler. Representing Great Britain, silver medalist at the 2022 Commonwealth Games and winner of the pot. Eden Rainbow Cooper. And from the USA, a Paralympic gold medalist, winner in Chicago. Please welcome to Sydney, Susanna Scaroni.